I call to order the Wednesday, January the 20th, regular board meeting of the Paradise Irrigation District. Georgianne, roll call, please.
Director Hunt?
Here.
Director Duncan?
Here.
President Corolla?
Here.
Vice President Fletcher?
Here.
Director Kellogg?
Present.
Okay. At this time, I'd ask everybody to turn their cell phone off or silence it so it does not disturb the meeting. If you have to take a phone call, I'd ask you to please step outside. If you'd all stand right now and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I need a better pen here. Okay, I would entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
I move we accept the consent calendar as presented.
I'll second it.
Okay. Anybody want anything removed?
I'd like to talk about C. I'm very much in favor of it, just would like to bring it out, though.
Okay.
It's on page 22.
Quick question on it?
Pardon?
Just a quick question on it?
Yeah, it's just fantastic, and our grant person has finally come up with something pretty significant.
Yep, she's trying.
Yeah, that's really great. I appreciate that. But one of the things I was noticing, I guess if we approve it as a contingent, it's fine, but you have adopted resolution, the same thing. What kind of a chance do you think we have on getting either the million or the 300,000?
There's no telling.
No telling, yeah.
Yeah.
But it really kind of gears the wording towards what we're doing.
Better odds than the
I was gonna say, how'd you do on Powerball the other night? So you got better odds than that, so.
Yeah, you really can't tell odds until,
Still a lottery, though.
you can't tell until you see who's applied and how.
Well, I'm sure that she'll, having participated in grants for quite a number of years, she knows how to write them, and that's a big secret.
Yep.
That's one of the questions I had.
Anybody else like anything pulled or discussed on the consent? Bill, all good?
No.
Okay. Roll call vote. Georgianne? All in.
Is that a planning grant or a construction?
Director Duncan?
Aye.
Vice President Fletcher?
Aye.
Director Kellogg?
Yes.
President Corolla?
Yes. Passes in favor, 5-0. Public participation. Individuals will be given an opportunity to address the board regarding matters not scheduled on the agenda. Although the board cannot take any action on the matter not on the agenda, comments will be limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Opportunity for public comment on agenda items will be provided at the time they are discussed by the board, with comments limited to 5 minutes per agenda item. If we have people that are all going to talk about a certain item tonight, then I would ask that you watch your person that was just in front of you. If you're going to say just the exact same things, maybe find something new and different to say about it. We will give you 5 minutes per person. Is there somebody that would like to speak to an item that is not on the agenda tonight? Board?
Yes, thank you, President Corolla and Board. Senate Bill 88 is not on your agenda tonight. I'd like to know if Paradise Irrigation District and you as the directors have an opinion as to its continuance. That allows for the $10,000 fine for not following conservation measures. I know that you plan on implementing on the 29th of this month a new rate structure that also does not provide for good conservation measures. It seems that those two would be conflicting. I know you cannot comment on that. Second item is attendance. As you know, I am frequently here and I voice my opinion, and I've been very vocal about that. I will not be here on the 29th deliberately. I've spoken to numerous people. Many of them have been here. You pretty much know my opinion on your vote for the rate structure. What I've expressed to people is, don't bother to vote if you haven't learned something about the reason for your vote. And I believe what you've done in the way of workshops and other meetings to provide the meter holders of this community with information as to why you want to change the rate structure for what we pay for water has been a very significant and important thing to do. I previously asked if it was required. It was not. You've done it anyway, and I think that's commendable. It's up to each person, however, in my opinion, to be educated before they vote, frankly, on anything, and especially this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ward. Anybody else? Yes, sir? Actually, from the podium, please.
They're recording it, so it has to be picked up by the mic.
Don't see anything bad.
It's all good. Anyway, is this going to be videotaped so people that aren't able to attend tonight will be able to see it? No.
Person that normal videotapes, I do not see, so
No.
I would say no.
Is there any reason why it wasn't?
We don't normally do
We
it.
don't normally.
It's not our normal process.
Yeah.
It's
okay.
audio. Audio is available.
Audio only?
Yep.
Gee, I'm sorry about that. Can I speak a little bit later, address something? Or do I have to do it all right now?
If it's something that's not on the agenda, then you need to speak now.
Yeah, speak now or forever hold my peace.
If you can please state your name and if you're a
Peter
resident.
Swady. Anyway, I don't think this rate increase is justified because of the $15 to $18 million plant. I think a better plant would be the $2.4 million wetlands plant. I've talked with California Water Resources Board to Danny Tagan, and I have his phone number and everything, and he was very interested in that. He said he attended several meetings that you people have had as to talk to the engineers and everything, and I don't know whether he talked to the board or not, but he said that the wetlands could be a viable issue, but he doesn't know enough about it right now. He said he might send a representative tonight to speak, and he said he might not. He said he might send a representative to the 29th or not. So I don't know whether he's going to do it or not, like everybody else. I've talked to 40 or 50 people, and I see nobody here that I talked to. Yeah, I do. Finally, I see one. Good friendly face. Anyway, most of the people are apathetic about this. They don't know about the water rates. My water rate is going up from $542 to $768, and that's for the 10K plan, which is what I fall into because of the tiers I'm in. Sometimes my water rate goes up to 2,100 cubic feet per month, and I would like all that addressed. I'd like something addressed by the board of why the wetlands isn't feasible. I've talked to Mr. Barber and Mr. Phillips about this, and they've been very cooperative and very open about it. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
State your
Can
name.
somebody take a note? Or?
Can you please state your name and
Yes.
your residency?
Give me a minute to get settled here. I live in Paradise. I don't know which of these fabulous districts I live in, and I don't actually think that matters a lot. I'd like to thank the board for giving me an opportunity to talk. I'm going to beat you up just a little, not personally, but, you know, my name is Curtis with 2 S's, Landers. Okay? I live at 5242 Mirada Lane in Paradise. And, here we go. You guys only have 3 things to do. It's really simple. You need to provide water that tastes good. You need to provide water that's safe to drink. And you need to provide water at the lowest possible cost. What you've done here is taken off in a flight of flim-flam about a rate increase that is absolutely not necessary. You haven't scoured the district for savings. You need to do that. That's part of your 3 main jobs. And I think you need to pull this rate increase off the table and go looking for money within the district. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else that would like to speak to something that is not on the agenda?
Mike Zuccolillo, Paradise resident. The concern I wanted to bring up is, you guys send out water bills every single month, and why is it not feasible to simply mail out the ballot to all the ratepayers? If you're really curious what they want, what they feel, as opposed to this, you can come to the board office or you can come print it online. I think it's no secret that many people in our community don't have a printer at their house, nor do they have transportation to come down to the board office to come pick up a form, and it could have been quite simple to put it in the bill. Would have cost the district almost nothing except for the cost of printing. The postage was already there, and you would have gotten a very accurate representation, as opposed to trying to play with the rules of Prop 218 and, well, we're only going to count the ballots that, send us in the no. So I know ballots have been sent out in the past. I don't know why not this time. I can assume various reasons, but I won't. But something that you guys should consciously be thinking about before attempting to pass this rate increase is, why wasn't that done? Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Good evening. My name is Ian Steenson. I'm at 5575 Pence Road. I'm a recent member to the Paradise community, 4.5 years, 30 years military, combat engineering, 7 years as the operations director for University of Michigan Flint for all our facilities. And so I'm quite aware of building maintenance and budgets, etc. And the only thing is I get is, when I got here to Paradise as a new person, I looked upon this as a retirement belly-up place. Now, I've traveled the world, and I'm looking for beautiful places to settle down, and guess what? I found it. But then Farmers Insurance kicked up my insurance, a whole bunch of other increases. Then this rate comes across, and I don't understand why you have that much of a rate increase. Have you did any value engineering to find out if there's any possible savings within the PID? Don't get me wrong, I think the PID does a great damn job, okay? And I really think, recommend and really was impressed with the cost savings. But here you are, you take the citizens and you say, thanks, guys, we got to turn around and do nice things. We've got to conserve water. Then you kick them in the ass. I'm a Scotsman, so my language is a wee bit different sometimes. And we did do that, and you have done that. And you did need to recognize that. And maybe somewhere in your system, you could have went a wee bit more nicer, easier, gentler, kindler. You've got an infrastructure that is hard to maintain. You've got an old infrastructure. It's hard to maintain. You need to put money into your infrastructure. But how you do it needs to be very, very, very easily done. And you turn around, Paradise is a retirement community. You got a lot of old folks up here, or as I'll call them, old farts up here, including myself. And they have limited budgets. And you're going to hit some people hard. They did their job. You asked them to turn around and conserve energy, conserve water. And what do? You kick them in the ass. I'd just like you to look at that, and that's it. But I'm still glad to be here in Paradise.
Thank you, sir.
Eric Vollmer. So I have a copy of Proposition 218 here, and it indicates the procedures that this initiative needed to follow. And it says here that a ballot had to be mailed to the resident owners, and you guys didn't do that. In addition to that ballot, a return envelope must be mailed to the property owners at least 45 days before the required public hearing on the assessment. So you guys didn't do that. That, to me, seems like I don't know, not an agency that's actually, working with the public. It's almost like, if we want to oppose this, we're going to have to go to work, come to you, get the opposition form, and that's not the way this is structured. You guys aren't doing it right. That sends a bad message to the people, at least to me anyway. In addition to that, this water rate increase to an RA customer the very first year is a 43% increase. That to me seems highly egregious. Over the 5-year term, 72%. And that's if the person is in the lowest possible bracket that you could be in, which is your 3K proposal. Over the period of time from 06 to 14, PID has raised the rate 6 times. 12% in 06, 4% in 07, 4% in 8, 3% in 12, 4% in 13, and 4% in 14. They gave us a break in 15 due to, I guess, the drought and everything like that. This proposal is far and away highly excessive to anything that you guys have ever done in the past. And I don't know who's been on the board previously to who's here now, but all I can work off of is the facts that I have. So with these types of increases, 72% to an RA customer, which puts their bill, with these other percentages, is over double since 06. Where's it going to be in 10 years for other people that want to come to this community? That's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, sir. Before we go any farther, there was some information given there on Prop 218. Dustin, I'd like you to...
Sure, sir. I didn't catch your name. I'm sorry about that, but you're reading the wrong section of the Constitution.
Am I?
Yeah, and you actually mentioned assessments, which made it clear to me. You're looking at Section 4 of Article 13D. You need to look at Section 6 of Article 13D. That's the provision that applies in this case. Assessment. You stated the law as it applies to assessments, which you're right. It requires a ballot. It also requires an affirmative 50% plus 1 vote.
Yeah, whereas when I read Section 6, it referred me to Section 4.
Well,
following the protocols in Section 4.
We're not going to get in an argument right now, but okay. I'm just telling you, you're reading the wrong section. I'm very comfortable that the procedure, the notice, it's legally adequate.
Are you also comfortable with your moral stand in not sending a ballot to the customers?
It's not my decision. In 1996, California voters enacted Proposition 218.
Seth?
It's an optional decision. It's not legally required. The board considered it and made a determination.
We're not going to comment on Dustin's. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
To my understanding, you guys sent out ballots before, but not this time? No?
Not in 2011.
Oh.
So.
Maybe prior to that?
Not since I've been here.
I've been here 40 years and we've never gotten a ballot out. Not as a board member. I've been a resident of Paradise for 40 years and the ballot's never been sent out.
Don't you think that should be changed?
I didn't vote for 218. Sorry.
We're off track.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to hear Dustin clarify that so that the public did not have the wrong impression of how we proceeded with our Prop 218. Woody.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Steve Culleton, 1552 Forest Service Road. A couple of comments that aren't on the agenda, like a couple of other speakers have expressed, and my experience as a 11-year councilman on the town council, when we were broke or when we were facing insolvency, which we were, and I understand you folks have looked at that a couple of times, what we did was we went within before we ever went to the public and asked for more money. We went within, and others have mentioned that, and I don't know if you have done that. I certainly, as a public ratepayer, have not seen any information that you put out. I don't read the newsletters that come to me, so maybe that's my fault. Maybe you've put it out. I'm just saying that a lot of the people I'm talking to on the streets, that they're questioning where'd the money for this whole apparatus come from. They don't see the cuts. And so that's just, I agree with what some other people are saying. Show me where you've done everything you can to reduce your cost of operation, and then tell me you need more money, and it's a different conversation. The other point is Prop 218 is a very bad law that the citizens passed. It's kind of like some of our other laws that the citizens have passed. That's bad. It's presumed affirmative or presumed yes. You're not required to provide a ballot. And the information was in your newsletter. It was accurate that, and you don't have to fill out your form. I can just write a note as a property owner, so that needs to get out to the media. I read it in some of your press releases. Sitting around the mechanic shop and the barber shop with some of my colleagues or other citizens, the question came up, not from the board's perspective, but I'm to fill out this form or to write this note saying I'm against this. And I have in my truck right now a number of ones that people have given to me to deliver here, which I'll do tomorrow during business hours. Our concern is, because Prop 18, again, is such bad law, and there are no provisions in there, where's the oversight? I'm to take a ballot, and I'm to turn it into the office of the PID. I don't know who's counting the ballots. I don't know what count you're going to get. Where is that transparency? Where is that oversight? I'm not saying I don't trust the secretary or whoever counts the ballots, but nothing in any of the newsletters or any of the media releases have told us how the ballots will be tabulated. So again, it's not y'all's fault. I think it's a fault of 218. It was written by a bunch of politicians to give people kind of a say, but not really kind of thing. It works if you want to get something passed. And that's the thing. People don't know. And you can't do it electronically, I guess, because there's no way to verify that it's coming from my address. I don't know who's going to verify if I sign Doug Flesher's name to his address, get in the phone book, look up everybody, how are you going to know I did that or not did that or didn't do that? Not did that? That's not a real word. So anyway, those are my comments. I mean, there is concern in the citizenry out here about it behooves anybody that works at PID to get this rate increase. The claim is that we're going broke. We can't afford to do what we do. It's their paychecks. It's not your paychecks necessarily, but it's theirs. So I'm going to turn in my ballot, and where's the oversight? How do I know it's going to get counted? The comment in the mechanic shop today was, they said, let's bring a box of them. Let's bring them in here on the 29th and give them to you. Then you'll have to postpone it, and you'll have to count them, because we don't know. I mean, how do we know they're going to really be counted? If you can discount some ballots, but what's the criteria and who does that? The people that it's going to serve? So anyway, that's it for me.
Thanks, Woody.
Good evening, Board. My name is Rita Batchley, and I disagree with the way that this whole increase has gone about. It's a 5-year plan, and it's just rushed before the citizens, and this is a public sector position, and I've worked for public sector for a long time, and I know that the people that run public sector, if we don't like them, we get to fire you. So, before this goes through, really think about this. We have not even been presented with the alternatives to what's going on, whether the wetlands or is it an $18 million facility and really what the whole deal is with how the money is going to be used. And the fact that it's a 5-year increase, it's a lot to take on all of a sudden like this, and the way the ballots weren't mailed out, a lot of people are disgruntled. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marion Weir at 525 Boquest Boulevard. I'm a little concerned about the proposition itself. It was written for the City of Davis, and they didn't use it, nor has any other agency used it. So I'm wondering about using something that hasn't been approved and proven. If the board would address that, how you came about that, a little history about that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is it possible to get 30 seconds more?
We cannot do that.
Okay.
5 minutes is your 5 minutes. Anybody else? No, no, thank you. Anybody else that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none others, we're going to close this section of public participation. Thank you all for your comments. They did not fall on deaf ears, I'm sure. So, number 4, Employees Retirement Program, update from Financial Planner Rick Moots.
Richard Boots. My office is at 6779 Skyway here in Paradise. I am a certified financial planner up here in Paradise, and I do help the PID with their retirement plan. They've asked me to come today, kind of give them a little update on the plan and what's going on. Happy to answer any questions if that's prudent. I've been in the business about 17 years. I've been in Butte County for a little over 30 years. We approached the PID here a few years back about maybe looking at a different plan. One of the big reasons for making the change was lowering the cost to the employees. The other real big factor was education. I am a local advisor. Happy to meet with the employees after hours, which I think is very convenient for them. I think I've actually met with somebody at 7:30 at night, so very accessible to them. Also able to meet them at their homes, meet them here at at this office, the water treatment plant, or at the field house, or where it is convenient for them. I do have quarterly meetings at all 3 of those facilities. It's very education-based. We talk from everything about mutual funds, stocks, bonds, the market, compounding interest, Rule of 72, a bunch of different things, which I think helps them become better investors. At every meeting, I encourage all of them to come visit with me on a one-on-one basis. I don't think anybody likes to stand up in a crowd and talk about their personal finances, so I think this is a way for them to come chat with me. I use a lot of the state-of-the-art technology and tools to get them some good information. Currently, I've met with approximately 67% of the participants in all the plans. I'm still encouraging everybody to meet with me more than just once a year. Above and beyond the 4 times at the meetings as well. At these meetings, but at no additional cost, some of the services I do provide to them are financial planning, which helps them decide what good retirement date is, an approximate income they could potentially anticipate at retirement. And at this stage, I think that's a very viable tool to have when you're making that retirement decision. I help them with college planning. A lot of them have kids. What is a realistic college to go to for their children? Can they afford that? What's the cost of that college? There's great tools out there for that. Help them with life insurance. Do they have enough? Are they protected? We lost a community member here on Saturday, and although he didn't have any children, it's those unexpected things that really help to at least talk about and have some plan and action. If something were to happen to you or your spouse, how are you going to continue? How are the kids going to continue? So on and so forth. Another big one is family budgeting. Just talking about spending, talking about money. Where are you spending your money? Has been very helpful for a lot of the folks. With a couple of them, I've actually put together a debt reduction schedule. I'm not any kind of debt consolidation company or anything like that. Just help them with spending, help them get out of debt, and maybe put more in their retirement account so they'll be able to retire sooner. I do a lot of asset management. Are they taking too much risk? Not enough. I help them with accounts that are here at PID. I help them with accounts that are outside of PID. Risk assessment, basically I have a tool that's kind of like the sleep number bed, gives them a number. We allocate their portfolio to that number. Encourage people to get their estate plan done. Again, things happen, and you need to have that in order to make sure your family's taken care of if you're not here. Another big one is the Social Security planning. kind of help when to take it, how much you're going to get. Again, it all comes back to what a good retirement date is for them. All these meetings are confidential again, and I don't charge any additional cost for those meetings. Some of the things that we've come out of this is actually found monies that they didn't realize they had, helped them get monies from old retirement accounts that are not being serviced into areas that are a little more beneficial to them, back to that number, make sure they're properly allocated. Unfortunately, fortunately, however you want to look at it, the Quadro's helping those folks with that, which is a qualified domestic relations order. When you get divorced, the assets have to be separated. I do all that at no extra cost. My office does. I think probably the biggest part of how I can help and how I do help the employees is the education side of things. I'm here for them, especially in today's environment. Markets have been a little challenging since the start of the year. You know, I'm here. They can talk with me. They can ask me questions. They can feel better. Again, we go over whatever goal they're trying to achieve. Are they in the proper risk tolerances? All those sorts of things. Certainly made them feel better. So I think that's a benefit. Help them to make sure they understand that, you know, their contributions are going to lead them to a certain retirement. And if that retirement is not of their desire, then we talk about how do we get to that desirable retirement, whether that's retiring early or retiring with more income. The plan itself has quite a few funds on it, and we did that on purpose. There's 2,440 funds on the plan. Some people would say that's a lot. I think that's a way to have an investment for everybody's liking. You have myself as far as a tool to analyze some of these investments. There's tools online that from the company that will help you analyze those investments. They range from conservative to aggressive. Most of the, does I only have 5 minutes?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, you're done, Rick.
Okay.
That timer's over. Fortunately, just my phone decided to buzz.
Also on the plan, there's 18 money managers that help the folks that don't have any experience investing or don't want to learn about it. And they get that risk number and the allocations put in there, and these folks will manage it for them. They're very aggressive. They're very conservative. They're socially responsible ones. There are managers that will actually move money in and out of the market to kind of protect your principal when possible. There's defensive strategies that actually work completely different than what the markets are, bonds and stocks.
Okay, this is a commentary.
And roughly 40% of the employees are utilizing those strategists. The other ones are working directly with me, or they work directly with the company. Currently, the plan just went through a review and should have those information back, which makes sure they're compliant with the current regulations. At this point, I'm very happy and humbled to be able to work with PID. Great organization, a good group of folks. Any suggestions from the board as how we can improve our service for the retirement plan?
Was that your outside voice, Steve?
Are you satisfied with the staff's backup in the program?
Am I satisfied with?
Is there anything that you wish the staff would do different than what they're doing?
The employees?
Are we giving you all you need to work with the employees?
Absolutely. You know, I think that, you know, everybody's cordial. Christie's really helps when we're coordinating the meetings. I mean, sometimes there's big projects going on and the field house doesn't work. But yeah, no, I'm very pleased with what everybody's providing from PID to me.
Right. I just want the public to know the directors do not have a retirement plan. So what we're doing is we're the what's the word?
Fiduciary responsibility.
We're the fiduciary responsibility of the employee's retirement, and that's how come we got involved, because we felt the other people were not giving the employees what they needed.
Well, I mean, I can honestly say as a certified financial planner and 17 years of experience that I guess the only thing that I would say that they need to come see me. I mean, I'm there as much as I can. I'm contacting them. I can do everything I possibly can, but I cannot drag them in my office. No, I think it's a great plan. It's got a lot of options for folks. It's got strategists. As far as I'm concerned, I think it's probably, if not the best retirement plan that's available out there.
What's the performance of the plan? In other words,
there's 240 funds plus 18 strategists. I mean, there's 200.
How about from a source unknown, I've heard of complaints of not having good returns by an employee. So I'm asking you, how good is the returns? I'm not asking for all the plans.
But I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot answer that question. I mean, if an employee doesn't have returns that they're comfortable with, then they can sit down and we can talk about it. There's 2,440 funds. There are funds in the platform that are positive, they're doing well. If they need to come talk to me, we'd be more than happy to do that. But, I mean, is the plan overall, I mean, there's folks that are conservative.
Okay, I'm a trustee.
Yes, sir.
In other businesses. And the investment advisor gives us results every 30 days on the total picture of the income for our funds. Now, do you do that for the employees?
They have access to their returns on the line, yes. They can look at it on a daily basis.
Okay, if you can do that, why can't you come up with an average of performance?
Oh, for the overall plan, we could.
Yes, for the overall plan. That's all I'm asking about. I'm not asking about 1,500 plans. I'm not asking for all the details. I'm assuming some of the.
You want to know how our employees are doing?
In a whole.
Yeah, I just need to know the average for the whole thing, if there's such a thing. There should be some.
Better than they were at ICMA.
I have a question for you, Rick.
Yes, Ken.
Because I think Bill is maybe confused. Do you make the decision about where the employees invest their money?
Some of them.
Some of you?
Some of the employees, yes. They ask my opinion where I think their money should be.
Okay, so they have an option of asking for your best guidance, or they can select their own investments.
Yes, or they could use one of the strategists.
A strategist?
There's 18 money managers that literally will take and allocate your money amongst 5, 10, 15, 20 different funds.
Okay.
You can pick whether or not you want to be aggressive or conservative or.
Correct.
Or just
So again, based upon
very
that,
slow pace.
That risk questionnaire tells you have a number and here's your risk, and then the portfolio is based upon how you answer that question.
As far as Seth's comment about ICMA, I've asked for that comparative information and haven't received it. I didn't know there were some comparative things between ICMA, that's who we used to have, and against your program. I didn't think it existed. Or if it did, averages, and I've asked for it a couple of times. That's how you ended up here tonight. And so I'm asking you, on the broadest of pictures, how are you doing? The stock market's down right now, so it's no. If your products were down, I wouldn't be a bit surprised. But just as a part of the fiduciary, I can't pronounce it.
Fiduciary responsibility.
Our responsibility as a board, we haven't heard from you for a couple of years, I don't think.
No, sir.
Yeah.
He doesn't report to us, though. He reports to our employees and tells them how they're doing. So,
Yes, but he's reported to us in the past when we made a change.
If the person in question has a problem with the performance of his plan, then he needs to absolutely go in and sit down with Rick, spend the time that it takes to take care of his life, because you can't do it for him, and I can't do it for him, and Rick can't do it for him unless he comes in and sits down in front of him.
Kevin wants to make a comment.
So.
No, I think what you're asking is for Rick to make a assumption on how our plan is doing now with him versus how it would be doing with ICMA, and that's a possibility.
Which is an impossible thing to do also.
I know, but it's an impossibility is what I'm saying, and it's on the agenda today, so I'm not, or later on, so I'm not going to go into it further. But that's an impossibility to make that assumption. What Rick does is he offers the services available to the employees for them to make the best decision for their retirement. How their funds do on how they choose their funds, or if they decide to go with a money manager, is based on market risk, diversification of a portfolio, age, where their money is being placed based on what their retirement is. So my funds, because maybe I'm really aggressive, might look like crap, but George, who's ready to retire next week, his funds might look great. Okay, so it's hard to make that comparison on who's doing what, and is it because my funds are doing crappy? Is that Rick's fault? No, it's not Rick's fault. It wouldn't be ICMA's fault either. The reason why we made the choice was there was service, education, and fees. And both of those things have lived up to what they were promised. The fees have stayed low, and the education and service has been great. And those are the two things that I really think Rick should be patted on the back for. How my funds are doing this today, because I'm in Vanguard, blah, blah, blah. It's not Rick's fault that Vanguard's doing well, but I know that I'm getting the lowest fee for that fund that I am in versus the fund that someone else is in, so.
And I think when ICMA came here to do, Rick came in and presented what he was going to do for us, and ICMA, who had had the fund for so long, and all our employees came in and said, yeah, we're going to be here. We're going to be here. We haven't been here, but we're going to be here now because our job's basically, our account with you is on the line, so now we're going to be here for you. But I don't think there was one employee that could recite that, yes, they'd had a meeting with ICMA's representatives to go over anything in their account. And if I remember right, most everybody, it was a vast majority that had a lot of their money in the slowest moving fund there possibly could be, which I forget what the name of the
Plus fund.
The Plus Fund, yeah, which is the slowest growth fund there is. It's a super safe fund.
Very conservative.
It's very, very safe, but it's also the slowest growth fund at the same time, I would imagine, if it's that safe. So we offered something to our employees that we have now somebody local that can help our employees. They can make an appointment, drive across town, and now make an appointment to get their funds taken care of and see what it is. And they can't just do that once a year. They can now do it, if Rick would tolerate it, once a month, or, you know, as often as they needed, you know, to actually be realistic, to change their profile in there. So we appreciate that. We appreciate that service, and at a lower rate, like Kevin was saying, it's at a lower rate. And with the offerings, I don't remember how many funds were in ICMA, but I think like
13 or 14.
Yes, and how many?
Mostly proprietary funds.
2,440.
Yeah, exactly. So they have a little more diversity that they can choose from, and you've got somebody on their side that's basically going to allow them to be either aggressive or conservative, however they feel, and however you're recommending they should be. And, you can be 30 years old and be pretty aggressive, but if you're 60, you probably want to calm down and not have an aggressive profile to.
Well, if I may, I mean, that is kind of, I think, one of the things, the value that I add to a lot of the relationships is that, you know, investing has a lot of concepts. There's a lot of risks to it, but you need to get to a goal. And if your goal is retirement, how are you going to get there? There's some sort of rate of return that you need to earn to get to retirement. So biggest challenge is getting your emotions in line with what your rate of return has to be. So if your rate of return has to be 10, then we got to change things, because 10% rate of return consistently through time is a rather big challenge. So either you work longer, you put more money in, you get a second something, but that's where I think, again, when I was mentioning earlier about the education, kind of eye-opening stuff for some of the employees, that, you know, they're not doing everything they need to do. So, you know, if there are folks that are unhappy with their returns, then they do need to come talk to me. And we do have something that's similar. There's a very conservative fund that's available on the platform. It's been positive for the last year, positive year to date, even with the downturn of the markets of almost double digits or close to double digits. So, you know, if there's somebody that needs something, I mean, there's definitely an option for them.
Absolutely.
I have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
You basically take these people, the employees of your clients now, and you help them build a portfolio to meet their needs. That's what you put together.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You put a portfolio, an investment portfolio together for them.
Depending on the client.
About the client.
Yes.
Yeah, the most. How many of our employees take advantage of that? Come to meet with you.
How many have come to meet with me?
Yeah.
67%.
About 67.
Have actually come to my office, or I visited with them here. We've sat one-on-one.
Where have you been with?
Yes.
Two-thirds of them then. Two-thirds?
Yes, sir.
Which is very good in this particular case. Now, the person that never, say, has been working for PID for 10 years and has never talked to you or the other party or this type of thing, what happens to their money?
How
is it invested? Kevin might know better.
It's invested based on how they decided to invest it. So
who?
just a clarification, okay? So, and for the audience also, that we're not a PERS organization, so we're not a defined benefit, we're a defined contribution. So every time payroll is cut, retirement plan money is put into the retirement plan, and we're covered for our employees. So being that it's a contribution, they're building a nest egg on their own. So they have the ability to self-drive their retirement plan. So it's not driven through the state of California on their returns, it's driven through their decision-making. That's why we're talking about all these mutual funds. So if a person doesn't go and meet with Rick, then they have the ability at any time to go online, I guess call FTJ, and make trades as much as they want. They can choose their funds they want, go, I want 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%, and because I feel comfortable in my knowledge that this is how it's done. And so they have the ability to self-drive it based on that. They can then, if they would choose, they can go to Rick and go, hey, what do you think? Rick can go give them the blessing or go, well, let's walk through this real quick and let's figure out if this is good for you or maybe we should make some changes. So that's how it's done.
Are you saying, Kevin, that they could withdraw?
Not withdraw. They can make trades.
Okay, make trades.
So they can move from one fund to the next fund.
Of his 2,000 funds?
In any of those
Or
2,400
or anybody
funds.
else?
Huh?
Or any other investment agency?
No.
With the
Inside our
funds within
platform-
Rick's,
Okay, with the Rick.
Inside our
within our
platform,
plan.
we have 2,400 options. They can move within those 2,400
And you have 13,
options.
18 strategists.
Yes, sir.
Well, each one of those strategists and the funds that they manage should be able to tell them, our portfolio with these funds makes 8% or 6% or
Yes,
4
sir.
or 10 or whatever it happens to be.
Yes, sir.
Those strategists can do that.
Yes, sir.
You ever have anybody that asks that question? You must have someone.
Yeah, I'm sure I have. It's available. There's a sheet that it prints out all the returns. They come out usually on a monthly basis. Probably by the 15th of the following month, you can see the returns from the strategists.
Yeah.
There's I don't know what it is, big old huge Excel spreadsheet that comes out every month, and you can look at all the funds. You can look at the returns, the cost. I'm not sure how many columns are on it. There's probably 30 columns on it. So if somebody wanted to do it themselves, there's plenty of resources to find the fund they want.
As I know you're aware, my daughter's a CFP.
Yes, sir.
And I have a good friend, Rob. And says that if there's one thing I don't like to do is look at those spreadsheets. I got better things to do.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm here.
That's why, exactly.
If you don't want to look at those,
I think it's great, and we should encourage our employees to go visit with you.
It's inside.
I do, and I'll be honest with you. If I know you haven't met with me in the meeting, I say, there's a lot of people I haven't met with lately. You should probably give me a call. But, I don't want to stand out or have anybody pointed out in the middle of a meeting saying you're not
Take
visiting.
a worse of water, but you can't make him drink.
That's about it.
One more question that I had. How many times have you did kind of a group meeting up at the?
Quarterly.
Quarterly? Is
Yeah,
that what you've been
well,
doing?
there's been, it's set up quarterly. There's been a couple. I was sick once, and
Yeah.
there's been occasional I haven't. But yeah, I mean,
6 or
it's.
so?
Oh, gosh, we're in double digits, easy.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Let me ask another question.
I can answer the question for ICMA, how many times they've been here, so.
They were from out of town, right?
They were.
Just one more thing on that it's quarterly at 3 locations. So he meets here with the office staff, he meets early with the field, and then he goes up to the treatment plant, meets with them. So it's 3 meetings.
12 meetings a year.
But another quick question, because we've had some actually workshops on it. Making this available would certainly have a significant impact on our fiduciary responsibilities. I don't know what more we could do.
Yeah, you're fulfilling your fiduciary responsibility by giving the education.
So this individual that doesn't meet with Rick, if he loses all of his retirement, he goes and trades with some screwball outfit that's going to triple his money, and all of a sudden it's all gone. And that happens. I know several people that it's happened to, private investors, they couldn't come back on us.
No, because we've fulfilled our responsibility.
Because we're putting together
We're not in charge of making their choices
I
for
realize
them.
that.
We're in charge of providing choices for them.
If you really look at the fiduciary things, there's a lot of screwball stuff in there.
Absolutely.
And, but as long as we're making that available to them, That takes the monkey off our back.
We've taken the responsibility.
Yep.
Anybody else have any questions on the board? Anybody from the public have any questions they would like to ask? Seeing none? Rick, I'd like to thank you for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Comprehensive, informative. I know you're taking care of our employees, and we appreciate every minute of it.
Happy to come back anytime.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to item number 5, approval of the December checks. I am going to start Mr. Bill Kellogg first.
The only check I comment about is to AECom.
Okay.
Page number?
I can find them.
It's on page 37.
I'm going to assume it's under A.
Good.
Under page 37, it's the second one down. On
Yeah,
page
it's so
37.
large, it's the second one down, 122,460.81. It's 21%, 0.22% of the whole monthly fees that went in. Kevin,
What's your question?
What is it?
why did we spend the money?
Because we had a design engineer that is doing a process water recycle project design that has
We
done
have a
work.
contract with them?
And we talked about possibly cutting that or doing less at the last board meeting, so.
The board decided as a majority to continue the contract.
Exactly. If we stop and we do not continue, then our
PDS.
Thank you, permit would instantly be in jeopardy. And at that point, they could start finding us up to, and correct me if I'm wrong, $10,000 per day
For every day we violate.
for every day we violate.
And they
Once we stop any kind of movement on this project, that's a violation.
So remember, we have a time schedule order. So
Exactly.
we have an order that requires us to be online, operational by January 1st, 2018. And so if the state, and we've had multiple violations already, been fortunate those violations were, we didn't have to pay any money because they accepted the monies we're spending to fix the problem as proof that we're moving forward, and we didn't have to pay any extra. So if we stop moving forward, then their willingness to work with us on our fine structure will change
Cease and
rapidly.
desist. I would think it would just completely cease at that point.
George, we recently received $30,000 in fines.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure that people know that. It actually came through. And if you understood what George said, we were able to not pay an additional $30,000 in fines by showing them that we had already expended much more than $30,000 in the solution to this problem.
Those were also mandatory minimum penalties.
Minimums.
So that was the lowest they could legally even go. So if we weren't cooperative, if we weren't working towards a solution, we likely weren't going to get a minimum mandatory.
1/4 of the money we just spent with AECom, essentially, in there. Okay.
Yes. State Water Resources Control Board.
Are they affiliated with the people that we get grants from?
You can go
You
ahead.
want me to answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
They're one of the grant writing entities.
So they're the penalizers and the issuers of grant monies. In
Well-
one of our last meetings, you said we got $4 million in grants this year?
No, in the last 10 years.
Oh, in the last 10 years. I thought you said
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that would be nice, though. If we'd had $4 million in grants.
One
Thank you,
year.
George. Bill, any other ones?
No.
That was it? Okay. Director Flesher?
Yeah, I have the same one highlighted here. Yeah, it was, I realized that we did vote, or the majority voted to continue on, and I realized why we did that on the type of thing. We go to page 47, if you will. And on the top of the list there, there's a thing there that says structure repairs, and it's and I assume by looking at all these checks, we have on 2 pages of where the checks are at. That has to be going to AECom, is that right, Kevin?
Yeah, it's just.
Why is the difference between 122 here? Did they do something different? Or
No, it's just additional funds that were expended that went into that account, so.
That they billed for?
Not
No.
AECom. No,
Additional
all we paid
things that we
AECom was
spent.
the 122.
This
You're
is
looking
the-
at the accounting summary of
The
all
summary
the
of
accounts.
accounts. Yeah.
But
So-
the 122,000,
Was
they
AECom.
billed us.
And we paid them.
Yeah, we paid them, yeah.
Right.
But they billed us, and then you paid them.
Correct.
Yeah, right, that's what I was saying. Okay, and then go back to page 136, if you will, please. It's the last page of the agenda.
136?
36 or 136?
136.
That's not in the,
That's not on the check.
that's not on the check register.
No, I want to talk about it because it is check registries. Make no mistake. 136. There we
Wait,
go.
hold on, before we talk about it, let's take a look.
That's during the treasurer's report.
I know it's a treasury report, but it's all checks.
If you see,
I'll bring it up. I'll bring
if
it
you
up.
see a check on the check
No,
register that you'd like to
no.
refer to, you can right
We
now.
have paid them.
But I am not gonna, we're not
We
gonna
paid
go into
them
the treasurer's report.
$500,000. We had a contract that is.
No, wait, Doug, stop.
I'll do that.
We're not gonna do this right now.
Treasury report.
If you have a check you would like to refer to, you may do that at this point.
Oh, okay. You don't like to do business in an economic
We'll
fashion.
talk, the other part when we get to the treasurer's report.
Okay. Have here, Dustin's bill,
Page-
1,500, it's checked on page 42. And it's the Messiah, Ethan, Dustin, 15,087. Dustin, how much of that is because of the drought? Would you say? I know you're working on a couple of 3 items that we're in partnership with.
This is obviously an abnormal month. I think it's a combination of 218. You know, we spent a lot of time on that. It's obviously a contentious issue. It's a complex process. We want to make sure we're doing it correctly. Remember also, we're protesting the water fix, the tunnel project, so there's some time involved in that. I just off the top of my head, I could go through it on a break with you, Doug, if you like, but I don't think a lot of it is directly tied to the drought.
Let me ask one more question on this. I looked and I didn't see it in there. Are we helping, you're on the constitutional amendment advisory group that's putting that together, right?
Yes, and I plan on speaking to that in my attorney report.
Okay, good. That's all that I have. For the audience that's never been here, we have one of the greatest law firms for water companies that you'll ever find anywhere. And Dustin is certainly a leader on that, so I have nothing but the finest.
And even though it doesn't look like they are the most reasonable too, at the same time, there was the.
Yeah, I support honest and reasonable and very knowledgeable. They were that way before you came on.
Director Duncan, I'm going to move to you now.
Okay, page 38 on the Cedar Creek publication. Is this have anything to do with Prop 218?
I believe the 1229, for 8,000.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the.
Okay, I thought it was. I just want to make sure.
Yep.
Okay, because there's the prop. I'm worried that Prop 218 is going to cost us a lot more than what we're thinking. You know, you said that if we did it again, it would only cost us about $10,000, and I just got to believe that it will cost more than that because Prop 218 is. I didn't vote for it. Okay, page 40. Harper and Associates. $4,000?
Tax backs for the CD, the tanks.
Oh, yeah, there are
What's CD?
engineers for our tank rehabilitation
Okay.
projects. So
It didn't.
we're
It said
working
say
on-
D, and I didn't know for sure what that
Yes.
meant. Okay.
So they put specs together for all the repairs that were needed, and we put those repairs on hold. until we have the funds available to actually do the repairs.
That's all I have.
All good? Director Hunt?
Couple items on page 40. Hayden Fire Protection. You know what the safety supplies we purchased are? It seems like $2,500 at one
Yeah,
time.
that was our annual fire,
Recharge?
Extinguishers?
yeah, fire extinguisher training and recharging every extinguisher
All
in the
happens all
district.
at one time for every fire. Thank you. Page 43. Kevin, I really like how you held down the expenses for PG&E.
Gosh, I saw that one too, yeah.
Normally somewhere around 15, 20,000, and you got it down to $151, or is it $51?
I think it's 51, yeah.
So what did we do? Did we make 2 payments in December, or are we going to make 2 in February? What's?
There's going to be 2 in January. You'll see 2 in January. January.
Well, yeah, January.
The January one was, I said, on the 4th.
Okay.
And then you'll see one at the end of
See,
January.
if we paid taxes, we'd have double paid in December to get it into the year, but since we
yeah.
don't, that's what I do. But they don't pay taxes, so they have to worry about it.
And then on a more serious side, same page, the rental guys, is that a potential duplicate payment, Kevin, or do we know that that's a legit 2 different bills?
2 different bills, so it's from October to November and November to December.
Renting the same machine?
It was a reader board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is
That's
that
all.
gone now? Yeah, it's gone, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought I didn't see it disappear, but I was glad when it did, because I knew it was expensive.
That's all I had.
Thank you, Director Hunt. Mine, you guys caught a lot of them. First one I have is on iPad page 39, Consolidated Electrical Distributors. What is photo control? And it's only $14, but I just don't ever recall seeing
That's
it.
why I didn't mark it.
Yeah,
I didn't
no.
know what it was either, but $14.
Photo control.
It's probably a photo cell for some of our lights that go on.
Like
at
for
night.
one of the bait, okay.
Yeah.
Great, okay. And page 43, I had the Pacific Gas and Electric. Director Hunt took my wind out of that sail there. Okay, and then page 45. Is it Weinhoff and Associates?
Yes.
What's the 2016 consortium fee?
We work with Weinhoff. They do our mandatory Department of Transportation drug testing.
That's it,
And the
okay.
consortium is our pool that we need to draw from as multiple agencies in the area, so that we're not, it makes it more random and spreads it out and spreads out the costs.
I remember seeing them before, but the consortium fee just kind of threw me off when I saw it. Just, it was a weird description for what that actually
We
was.
consort with them.
Yeah, heck, yeah, I know. 2014, I think, or 10,000, or 1,050. That sounds like a good deal. Okay, and that is it for me. I would entertain.
You're going to have all those
words. Yeah,
all
go
those
ahead.
words and
Yeah,
number.
I'll let you do
I
it.
can't read them. I can't read it anymore. Yeah, so now I have to entertain a.
I
Motion.
move approval of general fund check numbers 47797 through 48888 for the month of December 2015, totaling $576,989.73, allowing or adjusting for extraordinary budget or board-approved items during the month of January 2016.
Second.
Okay. It's been first and seconded. Is there anybody from the public that would like to comment on the approval of checks?
I'd like to comment.
It's coming to the, seeing none from the public. Directors, anybody would like to comment?
Yes.
Bill?
I'd like to call attention to it, if you'll notice, and this is something I've complained about before. All of these checks, all these bills have been paid. They all been paid in December. And the second part of the motion to approve it is for the same thing to happen in January. They're all paid in advance. And I tried to reverse it the other way. You told me it's not going to work that way, but it's the same time. We're just rubber stamping something, folks. It's all been paid already.
Well, we are making an approval for next month to have the same checks. So in a way, we are giving approval to the upcoming months. If you would like to say, no, you do not approve of the checks for next month, then
Vote no.
We'll probably set you up with a phone in here, and you can start calling all the people that we owe money to, and then you can tell them why we're not going to do it.
Well, since we're kind of going back and making comments again, I'll take my shot at it. Bill, if you want the rules and the way that we operate changed, put forth on an agenda item asking for us to consider not to do that. Then the board will discuss it. We'll take care of business like normal, and we'll either approve the way you want to pay bills, or we'll reject it. Put it on the agenda.
Anybody else?
When I first came aboard, we didn't do this last sentence, and we were advised by our attorney to do it.
Okay, but since you've been on the board, this is the way that it has been done here.
Well, yeah, it's always been paid, it's already paid, and then we approve it. I think
Anything over 5,000.
Been done this, the way that we're doing it is the way it's been done.
Most districts do
I
it the
thought we
same
had it
way.
on the agenda once before and we voted it down. Never had it on the agenda?
Not that I recall.
Oh, we did. I know we talked about it before.
Yeah,
think it was a
because
little
Bill
different
brings
down
it up every meeting, so we should put it on the agenda.
Okay, all right. All in favor of approving, do we require a roll call? No. So all in favor of approving the checks for December, say aye.
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 All opposed?
No,
Passes 4-1, Director Kellogg being the opposed. Okay, item 6, A and B have been pulled off the agenda. We're now in 6C.
At the request of?
At the request of Director Kellogg, also, they were pulled off, thank you. Old business continued, item 6C, wetlands update from Director Kellogg.
I'm going to give you a little talk, that's why I'm standing up. And mainly I'm speaking to you because these fellows have heard most of this in the past, but not all. If you'd like a copy of the talk afterwards, I have copies here. Free water, surface, wetland for wastewater treatment, constructed wetland for Paradise Irrigation District. That's the title. It's a long title, but it covers it. In the beginning, when I first brought up wetlands, I talked about clams around the shoreline of Magalia Reservoir. Clams are very good at cleaning up pollutants. And so I thought, geez, maybe we ought to look at wetlands. And then they were on the peripheral part of the reservoir. There's water-loving plants that were also cleaning up the reservoir. So that was the idea about wetlands I brought forth to the district. The first proposal, now these are wetlands are called constructed wetlands. They're not permanent. You can modify them at any time. You don't have to go back and get a permit from EPA or anything. They're constructed wetlands. And constructed wetlands with the EPA definition is a wetland you can rework and change if you're not satisfied with the performance or want to improve it. So this was the thing. And I talked to one world-recognized engineering firm and said, well, how do I proceed? He said, you need to recognize and educate your board and the community of what wetlands are. So we had proposals on constructed wetlands that would not work. The first one I thought was doable, proposal for Mr. Kreitz. He's written a book on wetlands and constructed wetlands. I found out it would not work thanks to staff comments. Then we had a proposal using park and rec land and miles of pipe up and back to the rec land. Well, that wouldn't work because the expense would be out through the roof, and it wouldn't be on our own lands. Then I voted against that. Then we had a proposal to use the closed Pines golf course. That was, I don't remember how many hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy the golf course. I opposed that also because it had miles of pipe involved, pushing water uphill to the thing and then it would come down and empty into Little Butte Creek. Now we have a real proposal. This proposal has taken lots of hours of work on my time and has cost the PAD very little, if anything. It's using PID land. We don't have to buy any land for it. I'll just, let's see which map will work. The one behind George and Dustin, and I'll walk up there and show you where the proposed wetlands would be. These are the ponds we use to pump water up to now that settles out sediments. And they're not effective. They won't help us eat NPDES. But they're here. The wetlands part we propose is here. And it's between 5 and 10 acres of land. It's PID, has a forest on it. It has to be logged. And then tractors with big land moving equipment would come in and form the wetlands. This is done off of a formula that's been published by EPA on capacity, detention times, and so forth for wetlands, a constructed wetland. This is not a fantasy or anything. It's actually done by me off the forms. And that doesn't mean I didn't make a mistake, but it's close. So there's the size of it. That's where we put it on PID land, so there's no investment for that. It's very close to the water treatment plant, and we'd actually use the ponds. The water out of the ponds would go to the wetlands and pump it over there. Not very far as pumping charges are concerned. Actually, some of it would feed by gravity. Then from the wetlands, it would go down into the Miguelio Reservoir. We would continue using the NPDES permit because the water coming out of the wetlands would meet the permit needs. The forest lands on Class 4 land, 10 to 20% slopes, 5 feet deep on a USDA soils map shows that there's no restrictions on it. It's very permeable soil. It may have some rocks in it, but it's excellent soil. And you can see from the trees growing on it, they're in excellent shape and quite high, and probably toward the time to be long. So we need 5 to 10 acres. It's on PID property. We'll need to log the acreage, build a wetland on the contour. This is something new. My friend who builds wetlands down in Gray Lodge has done it for several years. He's a biologist and so forth. It's mostly for wildlife, but he designs wetlands. And he came up and spent some time with us and looked at the property and said, hey, you can put it on a contour. So all of a sudden, you don't think of a wetland as a rectangle or a square. It would follow the contours of the land, and he feels that 10 acres could go in there, and it could be done very economically. He builds them, supervises, designs them. Interesting thing. So what do we have as far as an alternate use from the treatment plant? So if the NPDES permit is met, we do not need the sewage plant that is designed. The plant that is being designed right now is a sewage plant. If you go back through, I've got information here I can share with you, but there's one study out of Canada where a young lady got a master's degree, and she compares the sewage plant with wetlands and constructed wetlands, free surface wetlands. And those wetlands take out a considerable amount of aluminum. Aluminum AgCom, our engineering firm, when they started here, they said, well, you can't get the aluminum out of the water. Well, that's not true. They take aluminum out of water with wetlands through the southern part of the states. They take it out where there's mines that are just, having sewage out of the mines and so forth. And they also take it out of water and wetlands. Now, she studied it both ways, using the sewage thing that we're going to spend $15 million. I don't know what that's going to come out at. The notes I had from my last presentation, I was talking about $10 to $11 million, and it just kept going up. We keep spending more money. That's really why I asked about the money we just spent with the engineering firm tonight. So we put it on a 1-2% slope. The side board could be 18 inches around the side. It's completely made out of earth. There's no concrete in it unless you want to put concrete where the water is going to exit the wetlands. So how do we do these things? So we discharge water, wastewater from the MPDS, both for the aluminum and the chlorine. The chlorine byproduct can be disposed of rather quickly with a waterfall or even a thing that will agitate the water, blow it up in the air. It disperses rather quickly as a chemical into the air. It's not a thing that's going to stick around if you do that. In other words, so we have the opportunities, either we could even put sprinklers in the existing ponds. It would help with this NPDES deal right now. But when we run the water from the ponds to the wetlands, we can make waterfalls in it because it goes down in a dip and then comes back up. So there'd be an area to run waterfalls. Waterfalls will destroy that chemical in a matter of an hour or so. This is from engineers that I've talked to. This is not something I'm making up. And it's from extensive reading and study for the last 6-8 months. Because once I realized what was going on with our management with these wetlands that weren't wetlands, that were too expensive, that were designed in other ways, then it just made me more concerned and more anxious to find out what the truth was with these wetlands. So I've got information off the internet, and I've got it from talking to engineers that are involved. And there's a couple of firms in the United States that actually specialize in wetlands. AECOM, which we use, is a good engineering firm, but they have no background or experience. They have a landscaper on staff. They don't really have anybody that has experience with creating a constructed wetland. So how do these things work? How do they get the chlorine out and other byproducts? The aluminum would be as a sediment. The soils are have iron in them. For some reason, iron in the soils helps to settle the aluminum out. You don't quite understand why, but it does. And the other thing about it is the plants, the interactions, and microorganisms you'll find in a wetland. Now, there's a wetland in Chico behind the sewage plant. They don't call it a wetland, they call it a pond, but that's they use to polish sewage out. There's another one in Stockton. There happens to be a firm in Southern California who's done extensive, it's a district, extensive work on wetlands. They have trial grounds that they work on to polish up or fix up their wetlands and make sure they work. I can give you that information of that firm or district. It's considerably larger than PID, and they have considerably worse problems to clean up water there than we have here. The thing we have here, even though it's been claimed otherwise, is rather minor. Once you start going into the wetlands and what they'll control, wetlands constructed properly will control, say you dump some pills at a sewage plant, they get antibiotics down the system, they get other things down the system that they have to clean up in a sewage plant. Very often they'll use the wetlands to help polish that and clean it up so that water can go back into a free-flowing river or let it settle. One of the things that nothing on the bottom of this wetland but soil, it'll actually recharge the water table to a certain extent, and this will do it. One of the things that was holding up this report was the last part of it. Anybody guess what the wetlands would cost?
$2.4 million.
You're close, but you're too high. The wetlands, thanks to my friend who does the work down with CWA, California Waterfowl Association, it looks like clearing the forest, cutting the land in, and everything will be around $2 million. It might even be less than that. There are certain things we can't plan for, and that would include the pipes, the plants, CEQA permits, using engineering firm experience in wetland design to go over it and make sure we haven't made any errors in it. And these free water surface wetlands are used all over the world. If you go to Israel, you'll find that they consider it the latest thing in water management, potable water, and so forth. Israel, interestingly enough, is exporting water with all their savings and firms. They've been, in agriculture, they let us in low water use sprinklers and so forth in orchards. That's where the technology came from. They're buying the technology from the United States to build their constructed wetlands. We have very good firms that have worldwide reputations in constructing wetlands and doing them economically and so forth that are available. So if you've noticed, I'm talking to you, the audience. You own the district. You have the power to vote and so forth. And this is one of the reasons why you should protest the water rate increase. There is an alternative that will cost considerably less money. It can be looked into with a small amount of money compared to what we're spending on AECOM right now. And AECOM is using old technology. This is technology that's 40, 50 years old. George would be educated in that. But the training at Chico State does not include wetlands for civil engineers. They get no biology training unless they've changed it most recently, and George doesn't have it. So I'm saying this is something that's not revolutionary. Actually, we're copying wetlands that are all over the country. Both Doug and I can remember when the Department of Agriculture in the 50s was paying farmers to destroy wetlands. Now we're paying farmers to put in wetlands, use them for all sorts of sewage control at hog operations and what have you, and dairies. So this is a program I'm suggesting to you. If you want to know where the information's come from, I have some of it with me tonight. Just one I'll share.
How much was the project again, Bill?
Huh?
How much?
2 million.
How much what?
2 million? Is that?
2 million or less. That was just finished up today, getting the information on that. So that's why you hadn't heard of it before. This is the master study of applied sciences, and this is where the information comes on removing aluminum, comparing wetlands to sewage plants. Quite impressive. I hope you got a good grade, but a master's degree. And I thank you very much for the time. Yes, what question?
Did you look into? No, just,
right.
The questions are going to have to
Yes,
come.
yes, at the podium, yes,
comments.
exactly, yes, we're not going to do questions quite like that.
I don't think that's a fair thing.
He has to be at the podium, so we can record it, so we can hear everything, Bill.
Okay,
Yes,
can he go to the podium and ask me a question?
He can ask the board.
Yes, you can ask the board questions on there, so.
He's not a
That's-
board member.
Yes. I would first like to ask, if you just hold, is there any members of the board that has
I have
questions?
some questions, yeah.
I know I do too, so you might want to take a seat for just a minute, because we're going to have probably a little bit of time here where we're going to do some question and answer period.
My question is, how close would it be to the reservoir?
It's going to be about 60, 80 feet as far as I can tell, the lowest part, but that's all up in the air.
Okay, but what would keep the water from leaching into the reservoir, since you're not doing anything to concrete it or anything?
Oh, well, let's see. How close is the pond there? The closest one you see, Larry?
Well, I think it's leaching into the reservoir. That's
No.
one of the problems.
There's no,
Closest one is probably, what, 200-300 feet?
they've been run for years, and one of the things I asked the board up in Reading, and we got a letter from them, which I presented to you, any rate in the past, they said it doesn't matter around the ponds, if there's any seepage, either aluminum or other things.
Well,
We
we're not-
asked if we had to drill holes to test the soil around the ponds, and they said, no, the only thing they're concerned with is the water that goes out of the pipe in the ponds. That's where the samples today are pulled, and that's the only place they're concerned about testing for aluminum or the chlorine byproduct.
I don't think that was exactly true, because I remember sitting here and I know that was not what they said. Would George, would you like to? Seth, but yes,
Okay,
yes.
don't
I'll-
call me a liar.
I'm not calling you a liar. I'm saying that's not what was said by the people from the
that's what
NPDS.
I'm not talking about the guy that came. I'm talking about a letter that was sent me.
Okay.
From her,
Can
from
I have the
his
letter,
boss.
please?
Did the letter say they weren't going to penalize us?
Yeah, there's a lot of things in that letter
No,
I'd like
the letter
to see.
simply said they were not interested in sampling around the perimeter of the
So the
ponds.
person that was here, that represents the issuing party for our permit, when they said they're concerned about seepage in there, isn't seepage one of the things that we're getting out of the ponds that
Yeah.
they're concerned with?
If we were going to continue to utilize the ponds in any of our solutions, we were either going to have to line the
Line the ponds, exactly.
or we
That's
were
what I
going to have
thought.
to do a geotech investigation, drill, to prove that the ponds are not leaking into the groundwater.
Okay, so number one, the constructed wetlands cannot be unlined. So they have to have some kind of lines. Sounds like it just went up about $1 million. At that point, what was the other concerns with the NPDS permit? Besides the fact, I know that they want that completely eliminated. They don't even want to be issuing us a permit anymore. What were the other problems with the permit in utilizing some type of pond or any type of water up there
Talking to the people up there and talking to the man that's in charge of the office with the wetlands meeting I went down to in the San Joaquin Valley, he was interested in this, and he didn't talk about anything like you're talking about.
But the person that was right here in our conference room, our boardroom, said they were very interested in that and that they were not interested in continuing that permit. That their goal is for us to get rid of that permit, and that is why they want us to continue with a project that eliminates that permit. You're still discussing a project that maintains that permit. So are you saying that the person that stood right here in this boardroom, they were a liar even though they're the ones representing that permit? Were they lying to us that night when we asked them, do you want us to continue this permit? And they said no.
Who you're dealing with is the last man on the line up out of that office.
So we
He
had-
doesn't have any authority as such. It's the people above him I've been talking to, and I've talked to him too.
Is that
And-
person here tonight?
No.
I'd like to see him if he's here.
The 5 people that you're talking about are the ones that issued the penalty to us.
Yeah, so I don't see him in the room
$30,000
tonight.
penalty.
But
So-
it wasn't, what was that penalty for?
Because we-
Non-compliance.
Non-compliance to the permit.
Right.
Which is
So I'm
what-
talking about when this is done, we'll be able to be compliant to the permit.
See, I fear that we would.
We're compliant to the permit most days until we have some kind of rain event or something happens, and then we have, I don't know what all
Excess water.
Excess water, all the different things that can make it change.
The other
but-
question is, how much water would this wetland hold?
How much water?
2 million,
It-
yeah.
It depends on there's a thing in designing them, you have to take in detention time. In other words, how long does the water stay in the wetlands to
Right.
be absorbed into it? And they also put baffles in them to make sure that the stream flow is mixed and stirred as it goes through the wetlands. So you have those things on it.
Yeah, but you should be able to tell me how much water the wetlands will hold.
The wetlands will hold the amount of water that comes out of the water treatment plant, and either at the lowest amount or the highest amount.
What, isn't that one of our problems? Is we might have excess water even with the thing we're doing?
Yeah, that's one of the concerns we
That's
have to
one of the
deal with.
concerns. That's why we even beefed it up. See, what happens, we have no fallback if the wetlands doesn't hold the water that we're using, then it's gonna go right into the
But you
creek.
just told me they have to do more work on the sewage plant to be able to hold the water.
Not a sewage plant.
How many people in the
No,
public?
it's not sewage.
How many people out here in the
It's
public
filtration
know
plant.
about the treatment plant that we built that didn't work for very long and is now just a piece of concrete that we have up there at the existing treatment plant? No? I wanted to know how many people know about the treatment plant that we built, the original treatment plant, that no longer is being used, was used for
10 years.
only 10 years. 10 years total time, is now just a piece of concrete
9
sitting
years.
up there. And the reason why we had to build the new treatment plant that's up there and running right now. There were a lot of people probably in the crowd at that time when they were selling that treatment plant that we're doing. I've seen a lot of agreement nodding going on as Bill's talking here, but we have no proof at all that a wetlands is going to work.
Oh.
Is there anywhere in California that they are using this for what we need it for?
But you guys built the treatment plant 10 years ago that you had designed and you did with all requirements, and then the state is real good about changing the rules. Okay, so that didn't work, and so
We're
you go
gonna
back
need
to
to
now you're
not
going
discuss-
back-
Yeah, we're not-
We're out of
yeah,
order.
yeah,
We're out of order. Would you allow that at the town?
No, I wouldn't allow that, tell me, you guys allow it.
We're gonna,
Well,
yeah.
Bill,
come.
you-
I'm
Bill
not
made,
gonna,
Seth, I'd like to ask a couple questions.
yeah.
Bill,
Okay, go ahead.
you made a couple statements. You said you come back now with a real proposal.
Pardon?
You said you came back here with a real proposal. So do you have a proposal you're going to hand out to us?
Yeah, I just gave it to him.
Is it in writing?
Okay.
Yeah, I got copies. of it
Apparently
over
it's
here.
not in writing.
Huh?
Was it done by an engineer, Bill?
No,
Yeah, do you have an
I don't
engineering
have any
report?
money to hire an engineer, so I did it myself off of information from.
And do
different
we
things.
have
The man wait a minute. The man that builds these things is not an engineer either.
Yeah, that worries me. Do we have any existing wetlands that are cleaning drinking water plants, wastewater, not a sewage plant, in California or in Oregon or somewhere close that we can
Only in
go
California
and-
is the only-
and look at it?
California.
Do we
Eureka
have one?
is a fertilizer, it's one of the first in the state, won an award in 1990. It's a sewage plant. It
Not
drops
a-
its water
not a water.
after the wetlands.
Not asking for a sewage
After the
plant.
wetlands goes through the wetlands, they drop the water into the bay up there because it's so clean. It's been running since 1990. The plant I'm trying to find the name of in here in my stuff
Okay.
is down in a valley in Southern California. It's a large district. It has potable water, sewage, and it uses wetlands extensively. It has its own testing program. That's something AECOM brought up. Where are you getting tests for it? They test their wetlands. They reconstructed them to make them work more efficiently based off their testing. They won an award in 1990 for EPA, just like the plant did up on the North Coast. And they're a quite wealthy plant. They have ag, they have housing, they have cities, towns.
Flat land.
Depending on their water.
Flat land, not on serpentine, not in the middle. I said they have flat land, not on serpentine, right in the middle of the forest, so.
There's no serpentine where I'm proposing it is. The serpentine stops before you, actually, one of the ponds, the pond that's closest to the plant, has serpentine on the back side of it. The rest of it is free of serpentine. There's no serpentine where those trees are. It's good deep soil. It's class 4 because it's on a slope. If the stuff was flattened out, it'd be class 1 soil. It's on a slope, and that's why it's not classified. These classifications are agricultural classifications for raising crops. They're not exactly, but they do tell you a lot about soils. You can get them on the internet, and there's a soils map newly published in this county that's available for you to look at and get descriptions of all different kinds of soils. I do this as part of my business. It's a routine thing. Working with some of my clients in the valley, I can pick up soils in Solano County sitting at my computer.
Bill, okay, we'll save the resume for a different night. What I need right now is, I need to know, that piece of land that's up there, is that even usable for, can we cut into that land and use it for what Bill's proposing? Number one.
We own it.
Okay, all right. And I guess that part of the earth doesn't have any seepage in it, so we don't have to worry about that in there. Doug, what was the first number you heard for the mechanical process from the different people that were here from AECOM? What was the first number? You spit it out a few times that you ever heard for the project, the process water recycling.
Lee and Rose number?
Yeah, Lee and Rose number. What was Lee and Rose number for that project?
Well, I was attending as a public member like you folks.
But you had it
And
written
they
down.
actually voted on it. It's in the minutes if you look at it, $2.5 million.
Okay, $2.5
That's what it
million.
was.
What's the project cost now?
And then, 4 months later, after I was seated, Roger showed up, great engineer, $7 million.
What's the
He
project?
said that when we finished-
What's the project cost now?
Well,
We can probably
I
just cut to
said
the
then,
chase.
and some of these guys in the back, I said, you're looking at 10 mil, where they said 7, you know. But there's some figures in the thing. Somebody over here, I think, I don't know, was it George or Kevin? 18 million is what you're talking now.
With
And
engineering
it was
costs.
15.5 million, and it went on up, and I'll bet you, before this thing is done, that's why I wanted to look at page 130, you're talking $20 million.
So
We owe right now.
Pretty much started out at about $2 million.
$2.5 million.
And yeah, we're about, we're a little bit more than that
I may have done
now.
Roger, because I've done some research on Roger's credentials. And the thing that I was talking to him about, I may have ruined the guy's day. I liked Roger. I said, you know, Roger, if I talk to a board like this on some of the things that I have in the past on other things, and I'd have tripled the figure that I gave them a quote 4 months later without any justification, I would have threw my damn hat in the door before I walked in. You know, I think I ruined his day. I didn't mean to do that. Then I talked to our staff back here in the back and found out where he came up with the $7 million, because they know what kind of a system we need. Back here, there's two guys sitting around the end. And so I'll bet you.
So Doug, I want to know
$20 million by the time we get done.
For a wetlands project.
No, for what we're going to be building.
Well, what we were going to building
And we
started
are
at.
still going to have to
What we were going to be building started at $2 million.
No, the plant that we're talking about building, I'll bet you you're looking at someplace between 16 to $20 million.
Okay.
That's just what's going to happen.
And the project started where? At about $2 million?
Well, no, the one for Roger.
Yeah, about $2 million, yeah.
4 years ago, it was $2 million.
Yeah, okay.
Right here.
Yep,
Two
so.
and a half million.
I think,
And,
I think the people in the public
Let me
get
finish.
my point.
Let me finish. And I didn't want Lee and Rowe because I didn't like the way they did business. I like the way that AECom does business. They're a very reputable firm. But I've looked at Roger's resume and some of the jobs that he's been involved with.
Okay, well, we're not going to use them.
We may have made a mistake. We maybe should have gone with his $2.5 million thing. And
If you could have got him locked in on that, I'm sure we would have been able to do that, but I don't think he was going to lock himself
he
into
was
it.
locked in.
His second
At least
thing was
we voted
$7 million.
for it. It's right in the minutes, Kevin, right?
So,
We voted $2.5 million.
Director
for
Fletcher,
that.
with all your experience in ag and everything else that we have done, I want to ask Director Fletcher, do you think that the mechanical process that we chose with AECom is the system that is going to work definitively without fail? Is there no chance of what we are building right now, is that going to fail? It will clean the water. It will not release any water. It'll get rid of the permit. Do you think, is there any argument to that? That system will fail?
Okay,
Not do what it's supposed to do.
While you're asking me this question, I've worked with sewer plants. I've built wetlands for sewerage to clean the water up. Did this at Butte College. I taught that for a number of years, exactly what he's talking about, building the wetland and the flows and all this kind of stuff. And the stuff coming out of the Butte College treatment plant and for God's sake, the spin.
Centrifuge.
The centrifuge. It's not that, it's called a centrifuge. The centrifuge is 46 years old. I was at Butte College when they installed it. It's been built, maybe rebuilt 100 times. They don't really know down there. But the water coming out, the effluent coming out of that, and going through the wetlands that we build, and all I was interested in was teaching the guys how to shoot out a site and level the land and all that kind of stuff, was actually clearer than Clear Creek. Clear Creek comes down past
Clark Road.
Clark Road and down in front of my property down there. And when it goes in, the water coming out of our sewer plant, when we were doing that, they're using a different system down there now because it takes less work, was actually cleaner than the stuff coming out of Clear Creek, coming out of Paradise. You know, that's why I always said, we're down there in the valley, as long as Paradise keeps flushing their toilets, you're going to be in good shape. And that's very true.
So
getting back to your question.
Yes.
The system that they're talking about for this $15 to $20 million is a foolproof system.
Okay.
At the best that we can tell right at the moment. But see, these guys are running scared of this central water control group. I've dealt with people all over the damn world, and I'm never scared of them. I always go find out where they're coming from. And as your representative, I spent 2 days in Reading with their permission, and I attended a 2-day board meeting they had up there, and they do that every once in a while at the Reading office and this type of thing. And I met and talked to the guy, and I didn't even know what we were going to do. His name is Doug Barber, and he's the one that fined us the $30,000. Because that's the first thing, when I knew I was going over and met with him, stuck my hand out, I'm Doug Fletcher, and he said, I'm Doug Barber, you know. And he handed me that $30,000 bill. You know, and I said, that's not what I'm here to talk to you about. Type of thing, you know. And actually, the guys at the water treatment plant pull the samples, that type of thing. And that's where we come up with it. Doug told me, he said, you know, they're gonna fine you guys this time for it. That was about a 9-month sampling, was that right, Jim? About 9 months. May not have been quite a year, it was more than 6. I got all that information.
Something like that. Close enough.
Okay, 9 months. And what it is per sample that they pull, if you fall over the tolerable amount that they have, and they cut it down for us, in other words, not the one, they have another intimate fee, I think is what it's called, I got all that told. And it's $3,000. So that's 10 samples that they turned in, is that right, Kid Jim? 10 samples and it's $3,000 a sample. Yeah. And George did great by saying, well, we spending $10,000 here on the thing. But, see, what I'm not afraid of, and I sat there for 2 days listening to the board act, you don't talk to Doug Barber, great guy, you know, or the guy that was here talking to us. You talk to the board. You send somebody as competent as Dustin and George, and they go up there and they say, you know, we're breaking our district. We got $20 million. We owe 8.6, it's on your treasury report now. So we are doubling or tripling our debt for another 20 to 30 years, you know. And we've got the possibility of a wetland that will be a $3,000, $3 million, pardon me, a $3 to $4 million expense.
See, folks,
that should work.
It's already doubled.
Because, yeah,
It's already doubled in 15
I've
minutes
already
since you just
doubled
hit it.
because it's going to happen. Okay, now.
That
what we've got
that was
to
approximately
take,
18 minutes and the price
let me
doubled.
finish. What we've got to take out, and I've done some research on this, I'm a pesticide operator, all kinds of stuff, is aluminum, and it's from our processing plant, and it clarifies the water. And the byproduct is aluminum, and I don't know how many pounds a day we have, or this type of thing. And then the other one is from our chlorine, and it's called dichlorobromomethane. It has an extremely short half-life, and you can actually eliminate it by blowing it up in the air, and it's gone. It's just like these crops that we spray on our pesticides we spray on our crops, and in 7 days or 10 days or whatever it is, you know, it's gone, and you can eat the stuff. And
The chlorine is not the problem. That's for sure.
So this is new technology. It builds on a tremendous job on putting it together.
I will agree.
But if you went and met with that board, they would say it's worth a shot. They would say that. I know they would because I've listened to them.
Now, just bear in mind, folks, that shot is paid for by you. Because if it's wrong,
Dustin gets $300 an hour.
if it's wrong, and let's just say it just cost $2 million, that's a $2 million wrong shot. We didn't make anything happen.
That's
$4
right.
million.
Yeah, but then we have to start all over again. And by then, the price will have gone up on the actual one that works. So
That's
there
right.
is no definitive proof in California that this works for what we are
Okay,
requiring.
I'm going to give you the proof.
Okay.
I finally found my notes.
Okay.
Okay, the district's name is Eastern Municipal Water District. And this is their history of wetlands that they put out on their webpage.
What are they cleaning first, Bill?
I'm going to tell you right here. Just wait a minute, and you'll have to wait maybe 4 minutes for this to go through.
Okay.
The history of the Wetlands Research Facility. The Wetlands and Wetlands Research Facility are a result of cooperative agreement between the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and EMWD. That's the way they name of their district. They have the short thing. The Wetlands Agreement was executed in 1990 and provided a $7 million grant in addition to a small Reclamation Act loan under PL 984. The constructions of the wetlands began in 1991 with 2 half-acre nursery cells. Construction of 8 research cells followed and completed in 1992. The present large demonstration wetland was built in 1994. Initial research was from 1994 through 1997. As a result, it was determined that the research cells and large wetlands should be reconfigured both as a vegetation management procedure to increase open water areas and improve water treatment and habitat values. The research cells and demonstration wetlands were burned and subsequently reconfigured in 1997 and 1998, respectively. The facilities have been used for ongoing research since their construction, and the burning and reconfiguration were part of that research additionally. School tours, education programs, and limited use by public groups continues to increase. The wetlands have been used as a model for other areas for subsequent development of wetlands. The wetlands has fulfilled its multi-purpose promise. It is now an integral part of the treatment plant. Water quality improvement occurs, and nearly 120 species of migratory and resident waterfowl.
What kind of treatment plant?
Thank you. I'm doing it. Shorebirds, neotropical songbirds, and raptors utilize the site. The education program has been enthusiastically received. Information on the project has been published nationally and internationally. And visitors from over 30 countries and 6 Native American groups have visited the site for professional evaluation and assessment of how they might apply this low-tech approach to their wastewater treatment needs.
Wastewater.
Wastewater.
That's exactly what you're calling your plant.
No. But
Yes,
that
you
is
are.
sewage.
It's
Wastewater is sewage.
It's a sewage plant that handles wastewater from potable things. That's your design. Okay, I'm going on. Wetlands history and timeline on it. 1990, PLA, we already touched that in the grant. Construction of nursery cells, 91. 92, completed construction of 8 research to 1992, California Local Government Commission Award for Innovation in Water Conservation, Reclamation, and Management. Inland Empire West Resource Conservation District Conservation Partnership Award, Water Quality. 94, construction.
Are these awards?
They're awards, yes.
Okay, we
because they're important.
probably don't need to hear all the awards. What we
Seth,
really wanted to
Seth, you're the moderator. You're not the dictator. Let me finish.
Bill, you need to cut it down to where we can get out of this
No,
meeting
I'm
sometime
gonna
before
finish it.
midnight.
Just because you disagree, you
Oh,
don't
I'm
get
not
to cut it off.
disagreeing. I'm saying we probably don't need to know every award that they have won or every
1994,
commendation that they've had.
1997, ongoing research. 1997, burned and
There you
reconfigured research sales. 1997 to present, continuing research. 1998, established 1,200 square foot education building at the wetlands. Burned and reconfigured large wetlands. This is what you can do with a constructed wetland. 4th annual EMWD Wetlands Research Meeting. Claire A. Hill Award for Excellence in Association of California from Aqua. Burned and modified wetlands in 2002. Okay. Provides for the additional treatment of tertiary treated wastewater from Hemet, San Jacinto Regional Water Reclamation Facility, environmental enhancements, creation of habitat. They're taking things out of this water that we don't even get close to.
You have one of their water samples.
Are you
So
kidding?
we can compare it to ours.
Yeah, right. No, we don't, we're not having to take
Bill,
out.
I
Stop.
appreciate
No,
everything
no,
you've put
no,
into
I'm
this.
going on.
We need
The
definitive
vegetation
proof
and
before we
management
spend money.
treaties on vegetation establishment and water quality in the Hemet research cells. That's the research cells you were asking about when this was proposed.
Okay, well, folks, I'm going to end this here in just a second. We're probably not going to get any public participation if Director Kellogg is not going to accept.
Nitrogen removal, it's in, which we don't have a problem here.
We're counting down, Bill. You're just using up the public's time right now.
Seth, you preside over a meeting, you're not a dictator.
Bill, every award that they've gotten, every commendation.
You did not put a
This
time
board
on it.
needs definitive proof that this is going to work. We have asked, and I would say this is probably the
proof.
This is definitive
And it's in
proof?
California, it's with a major agency, and they.
And it's
it's
a $2 million project. You're guaranteeing all these people out here right now, this is a $2 million project, won't go to $2 million and 1 cent. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's actually probably going to come in under 2 million.
Okay, it's going to come in under 2 million?
Yep.
Okay, and you're guaranteeing that to all these people out here?
of course
Any
not.
difference in that price you're going to make up yourself?
Well, that's a pretty silly question. I'd say.
Yeah, okay, because I know the answer to it, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so Is there any other questions from the board? I'm going to start with Director Hunt.
Well, the bottom line is, we have no proposal. We had not prepared by an engineer. We have no rate quote. We have nothing in writing. We have a farmer who's saying that the best he can think is we can get a dirt scraper in here to level this out, and we'll just let the water run downhill. And whose signature is on it?
Mine, because you would not vote any money to allow a qualified engineer to study it.
That's what I think of your study.
Because every engineer, every engineer.
Go to your own meeting, okay?
Every engineer has told us that no, it does not work. They've sat right in here and told us
And we
no.
can't chase fairy tales. If we have something substantial.
They have no proof.
They have no proof, but they did say it doesn't work, because we know it works clearing out.
You don't know it works getting out
than we have.
aluminum. You can clean shit, okay? That's an organic
We know it'll take
substance.
No, we don't.
And it's great. You can grow plants and they filter it. It does. That's what it does.
Oh, Seth?
It doesn't clean aluminum.
Hold on just a second. George?
I just wanted to take a minute for the folks in the audience, because I'm not sure they got a clear picture. This wetlands issue was brought up by Director Kellogg some years ago. I took a look at it. I actually thought it could work. I brought a proposal forward. He didn't like it too much, but ultimately we hired Ron Kreitz. This board approved $10,000 for Ron Kreitz to evaluate wetlands as an alternative here. He's got a report. It's available on our website. He is an engineer. Kind of got a shot taken at me about how long ago I had an engineering degree, but I am a registered professional engineer, but I don't do wetlands. This man wrote the book on wetlands. This board hired him. And at the end of the day, after reviewing the report, they did not think it was a viable alternative for this public.
I need to rebut this.
And then, further down the road, to just be sure, when we brought AECOM on, they approved $25,000 to have AECOM look at wetlands as an alternative to see if it was a viable solution. So this board has not ignored it as an option. They brought professionals on board. They've weighed the information they've got, and that's why we're proceeding with the project that we are. So just wanted to clear that up. It's not something that hasn't been looked at by professionals, and this board is not just answering these based on not having any knowledge at all. Thank you.
Mr. Kreitz proposed a square or rectangular concrete thing near the water treatment plant. It was filled with gravel and rock. We got in arguments even on what size rock to put in. What I didn't realize at the time, it had no plants in it. It had nothing of that sort. So Jim Pastorini was nice enough to point out to me, runs the water treatment plant, that it was not going to work, that it was old technology. And I, at the time, was pretty ignorant about wetlands. So I started researching. And when I researched, Jim was right. But it was not a wetland. It didn't have wetland plants in it, didn't use the basic things for wetlands production. George proposed it. I bit into it and thought it was good. Then as I realized as we went through it, and in my speech I referred to it, and I said, we had proposals from staff on constructed wetlands that would not work. At first, I thought it was doable, and proposal from Mr. Kreitz. I soon found out it would not work thanks to staff comments. Then we had proposals, park and rec land, miles of pipe. Well, the miles of pipe cost a lot of money. And it would also cost a lot of labor to go up and check the wetlands because we're several miles away. It would not work, and I voted against it. Then we proposed using a closed golf course in the Pines.
We read this at the beginning, Bill.
Yes, I know it. And I'm rebutting what George just said. And it would not work, and I voted against it.
You can't really rebut what George just said, because you asked Mr. Kreitz to come in. We paid for him we approved the money for him to do that. He provided a report. Once again, not a definitive answer whether or not wetlands were going to work for us. He was designing a giant bathtub, which at best would need to be cleaned out.
But keep in mind,
frequently.
He wrote the book on wetlands.
But exactly, that's where I'm gonna
He walked
get-
the site, and that was the alternative that he thought would work for that site.
Exactly.
If he thought plants and bugs and bunnies were going to help the solution, he would have proposed that, but it didn't work on our site.
On our topography, we just cannot have.
Or our water.
So then,
George, who
like
was
George
with you
said,
when Mr. Kreitz came? Who suggested the square plant and the rocks and the gravel?
Nobody suggested that. We brought him to the locations, and he came up with the solution.
And also, the plant was going to sit on top of partially serpentine soil. No, it wasn't a very good proposal.
well, but that was the guy that you got, the definitive writer of Wetlands.
He made a huge mistake, and I didn't recommend him, simply because I didn't know that much about the technology of wetlands at the time.
Well,
I
wasn't it-
bit
But the
into it.
definitive expert on, everybody's agreed he's the definitive expert on wetlands, but yet you're now saying because he doesn't agree with you, that he is probably not the definitive expert because he didn't agree with what you wanted to see happen.
No, he didn't
He
approach
didn't
it.
propose what you wanted to see happen.
Are you going to keep putting words in my mouth?
I'm just trying to figure out why the definitive expert on wetlands is not, in your opinion, the definitive expert.
No, I still think he is a definitive expert. I think he was led down a garden path. He designed something similar that he built up at the Paradise High School that is still working today as a wetlands. And it is rocks and soil and feeds out into, instead of a wetlands, into, come on.
So let me get this right. So you're saying that we took him up there, we led him down this little primrose path, we had blinders on him, said, don't look around, don't look left, don't look right, because this is the only place possible that we could build this. And so he stood there for 5
Going off
minutes.
of what happened afterwards, too. Now, the other proposals were not feasible. They were too expensive.
Bill.
And so was Mr. Kreit's proposal too
Okay,
expensive.
I'm going to go through.
Let me interject something.
Larry, no, I'm going to go right down the line.
Okay.
Ken, did you have anything more?
I can't talk about this any longer.
Okay. Larry, any more questions?
I feel that it wasn't just Bill that voted down the wetland things, we all did. We all saw it wasn't gonna work, and I still don't think a wetland will work.
Okay.
Because you need sewage to do a wetland.
Well, it works good with sewage.
Well, you
It just
don't need
doesn't
sewage to
it
make
just
a
doesn't
wetlands
work
work.
for us.
Plants don't grow on aluminum.
Okay.
Yes, they grow. And
Director Flesher, do you have any questions? Not
Well,
comments.
I have some questions and comments, and I think I answered your question. This $18 million plant would without a doubt work with the best technology we have today, and I cited a centrifuge that I'd worked with 46 years ago, and it's still going strong today, and they scored on it. But one of the things that we're scared of, I don't know if Dustin is scared of it or not, because we pay money to run with them. But anyway, we're always concerned with the $10,000 a day fine and whatever it happens to be that way. I know that if they went up there, George and Dustin, we'd have to pay them, and presented to the board, that Regional Water Quality Board, I listened because there were some people there doing this exact thing, plot growers and other things, you know. It said, to get the system that we're looking at is going to put our district in triple debt, at least, for the next 20 years. And there is a possibility that we could do another system of wetlands, and some of those guys know about it, you know. Will you give us the opportunity to look at it and extend our date that we're talking about? And I'll bet you dollars to a donuts, and that's all, a dozen donuts and a couple of bucks, that they will approve it, because I watched them do that on pot growers and other things here, you see. So
I would have the board, I would have the board vote that there would be a 1 month time period for that to happen, because if it doesn't happen in a 1 month time period, then we are once again in violation, and then the fines start flowing
You'd have to give
again.
them more than a month, because, you know, government works slow.
But they want to see this wetlands work so bad, why wouldn't they just step right up to the plate and make it
And
happen?
so, like what I was talking about, and Bill didn't know I was gonna talk about that. So say, if we could come up with something for $3 million, and it costs us $100,000 to look at it, 1 month of AECom, that type of stuff. AECom might even help on that. That would be a pretty good
AECom
odds.
is not going to help on it.
Let me just remind you, and we have no problem trying it, but the particular rules we're dealing with are federal laws that are administered by the state. So they have a little more leeway on just state laws to work with us. They may not have any leeway to work with us when they're administrating federal rules.
And the object of this permit is to eliminate the permit, not to continue
Okay,
it.
to the people that.
To eliminate
that
it.
I've talked to it, they're gonna have to put us a different permit, because occasionally you gotta pump water away from there. It may be in this 5.5 inches of rain that we just had, when the lake's full, you're gonna have to pump it out of there, because these other water districts are doing that very thing. Now, Roseville.
Wait.
Roseville,
You're saying our new
have-
system?
Yeah, on your brand new system.
Our brand new
Because
system, we're gonna have to
occasionally
pump
you
water out?
Pump the water away. You have more water you can handle.
We've got plans, as an engineer should do. AECOM's putting in contingency plans for the most remote possibilities. And that would include.
We're talking a Noah's Ark event,
That's these
though.
5 or
We're not
6
talking average
That's
rain.
these 5 or 6 reservoirs, right? Or these big tanks that they're putting in there, George?
Well, yes.
5 tanks or
Yes.
6. 5 or 6.
I don't remember.
What it is, it's all in the plan, and it's well done for this type of a thing. But as far as running the scared of this board, they would let us do that. Now, granted, time is money and all this kind of stuff on here, you know. But,
Well, you're guaranteeing an awful lot
no,
from them.
I don't guarantee anything except crap runs down the hill.
You're saying that they're gonna let us do it, so that is something that's a.
No, I would say that that board up there would let it, because see, this is new technology. I don't know how much new technology you people have worked with, but it always takes a long time to get new technology across.
They told us that anything that discharges any type of water is not something they're really willing to entertain.
Yeah.
He
Well,
stood right here and told you that.
Yeah, well, when I was up there and here also, and Jim and Bill are the ones that pulled the sample. But I asked them, now where do we have to pull that sample? They pulled it out of the pipe mill. Anywhere before it goes into the surface water. After it had gone all the way through the wetland or whatever we run it through, you pull it right there, just before it goes into the surface water. That's all they're concerned with on this type of a thing. And I talked to this Doug Barber, easy for me to remember my
No
name,
relation.
yours, George.
None at all.
And he said that, and then there's actually a lady that's in charge of the Reading office. And I asked her, and she said, we don't care anything about what goes into the ground. That's what she told me. But what we want to know is what runs into the surface water. That's all they're concerned with. That's what she said. But she's the one that does it. She tells these guys that come and talk to us what to do.
Okay, so the guy that was here and relayed that information and said seepage is not something they're gonna accept, and that having a permit at all was not something they really wanted to accept or were going to accept. They were only doing it temporarily until we got the plan online. That you're saying was contradictory because.
No, he didn't say that. You didn't hear what he said then.
Did he not tell us that that we were not gonna be able to have a permit?
What he said was, keep in mind, it's a national pollution discharge elimination system permit. So the goal of the entire program is to eliminate discharge. So yes, you could get another permit, but you've got constituent levels that are changing. You've got new constituents coming on every year, all driven by the federal government. And so
The ultimate goal is to get rid of the permit, though.
Yes, there's a caution.
Whether it happens today or tomorrow, that is true.
That is true. Because
but the goal is to get rid of it.
They don't want to monitor it, you see. But see, the other thing that's come along with technology, when I first started in this stuff, they would test parts per million. And now they're at parts per billion.
Yep, exactly.
And now they're going to test parts per trillion. And because we're paying them big bucks, I'm talking about the people up there, they figure we just have to make it tighter so that we can monitor it. You know, okay, we're getting X numbers of parts per trillion, so be it. You know, you're still going to live to be 100 years old. But it's kind of interesting the way this stuff works.
Do we have our turn now?
Yeah, we're going to go to the public.
I have one more comment. I'm on the LAFCO board, and the sewage plant in Oroville is having the same problems with their discharge permit, and it's a sewage plant. So, and they don't add aluminum to clean their water like we do. And according to him, the water that they won't let them discharge into the river is cleaner than the bottled water in your store. So it's really a problem.
EPA. We're just a couple people ahead of you.
I just want to speak from a staff level, is that the staff is not against any one of the projects. If we could, as a staff, guarantee that a wetlands would work, and we could get a guarantee at the bottom end that this thing would be done for $3 million, I believe the staff would be on board. I truly do.
So
we're not
the
here
board-
looking to spend and get the Mercedes over the Ford. We're looking for a guarantee for this public that the money that is going to be spent is going to work. We're not looking here to gamble your guys' money. And I feel that's our fiduciary responsibility to look into these. And just like what George said, we've looked. But we want that guarantee to say the money that we're spending is going to a project that we know is going to work. We don't have time to gamble. We're under a time order. 2018 is when we are set that says you must have this in place. We don't have time to gamble the district's money. And I don't feel it's our fiduciary responsibility to put those gambles out there. I would take it if it's, trust me, I don't want to spend $15 million. If it's $3 million, I'd be on board like that. Sorry. Go ahead, Seth.
Thank you, Kevin.
How much time would we have to prove his proposal?
Yeah, until 2018.
Okay, so we've got.
It's got to be built and in place.
Built online.
Okay, so we got a little bit of time. So if there was some concerned citizens that wanted to get involved and contact some of these agencies that he's got information on and get water samples and those types of things. I mean, how much proof who do we have to prove it to? I'm sorry. Who do we have to prove this to? The person that was standing here that was saying, you need to do. I don't know.
Issued the permit.
Huh? The one that issues the permit?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, I would think ultimately the people that issue the permit, and we need Dustin, I can tell you.
Let's maybe try to find some common ground here. This is the state and federal government setting standards. So if it was our option, we wouldn't be doing this. The water's just fine. It's going into Magalia Reservoir. You don't have people swimming there. You don't have people drinking it. To the extent people drink from Magalia Reservoir, it runs through the treatment plant. It's not a problem. So, we can certainly go to the state and plead our case. We've done that a couple times kind of outside the boardroom setting to the staff. But to be candid with you, I think the response you're going to hear is our hands are tied too. These are folks that have jobs that are trying to comply with the laws that are in place. There's not a lot of discretion built into those laws where they can say, yes, this is a true hardship, Paradise, let's give you an extra few years, or let's maybe ratchet up that standard to make it a little easier to meet. But, so you gotta appreciate the problem. This is the state, and unfortunately, given the lapse of time, we've kind of lost some of the legal options available to us on, pursuing reimbursement, a state mandate. That was one of the options. We could always pursue legislation to try to get this modified, but these are really, really long shots.
What about just providing them proof with the stuff that,
Providing a what?
Providing them proof.
The only real proof is going to be when we turn the system online and the water coming out at the end is as clean as they want. That's your proof. So you will build a wetlands. You will wait until it goes online. You will wait until that first drop of water comes out of there to be tested. And when it fails or when it succeeds is when we will know. In the plant that we are building right now, we know it's a tried and true system. There's no failure that's going to happen on it. We could have a bad day. We might have a mechanical failure of some piece or part in there, but the system is tried and true. We've already put in the pilot treatment plant. It did just fine. We know that gave us kind of our sizing of what we needed for the processed water part of the treatment plant there. So now we know what we need to build. But with the wetlands, we could say 5 acres was great, but really it turned out we needed 10 acres. And it might not have been 18 inches deep. It might need to be 36 inches deep.
Well, the same type of
In the
thing
treatment
is-
plant that Bill talked about, I heard 4 distinct tear down, burns, and rebuilds. Let's just say they cost $2 million each. That was 8. So you might rebuild this thing trying to get it to the right performance, maybe 3, 4, 5. How many times does it take that we rebuild it? We have one failed treatment plant up there that cost $10 million.
It was $1.5 million in
$1.5 million.
1986.
But what did we have to? What did we have to and then we had to rebuild it
We
with?
put a $14 million treatment plant online in 94, so we got 9 years out of the $1.5 million.
9 years out of the $1.5
Well, I'll
million.
tell you, that doesn't exude a lot of confidence to me in building another treatment plant, since 2 have been done already.
Well, this isn't another treatment plant. This is an addition onto it. All this is doing is just taking the water that we flush our filters with, and it's processing just that water back into the system. The treatment plant isn't changing at all, except for the
Capacity.
discharge water.
Oh, the discharge. Okay.
This is only discharge water.
Okay.
So.
We'll have a centrifuge.
I would like to bring up something the public might like to know. I think maybe you're on the track of it. George, if we could continue and going ahead like we are, as fast as we can, what's the earliest you think that we can have this plant up and operational?
It's tight scheduled to be operating by the deadline. We're looking at going to construction, out to bid this summer.
And I
So
think that
it's-
your was a reasonable request. Can you guys just take 2 or 3 months, go down and visit the wetlands, look into it again? Don't spend big money, maybe only spend $5,000 or $10,000 on visits and look and research. If we stop movement forward, and that means stop spending money for 3 or 4 months, or maybe even just 1 month,
Could
we're not
we
gonna meet
progress in the direction of the treatment plant, but also pursue the wetlands option and obtain possible proof that some of these other wetland treatments
Well, I
are
think
working?
naturally, I think the answer to that question is yes, we could do that.
But we have pursued the wetlands at the
Yeah,
same
it's not
breath.
midway.
It's not like we have not pursued it, and that was 1 and 2 years ago when we first started this.
Right.
And Bill wanted to look into a wetlands, and I have no problem with the wetlands. Wetlands are beautiful. There's nothing wrong with the wetlands. It just has to work,
I
and it has to
understand.
work the minute we turn it on.
I understand, but in 2 years, a lot of stuff happens in 2 years. I mean, technology and progress and stuff is moving at light speed right now, so maybe there are some things that have happened.
This is water sitting on the ground. It's not really changing.
But
The
I
only-
know, but
The
still-
mechanical sides are changing at probably lightning speeds. The wetlands probably aren't.
But also, but still, to that argument, there's still things done, botany and stuff like that, that might improve these types of projects. I think it's worth looking at for the cost differential that we're talking about.
We have looked
But
at
I mean,
it.
to take another look. I know that you have looked at it.
This
but
would be about the 7th or 8th look we've taken, so I just want you to understand.
Right.
There's a lot of people that are kind of just jumping on board with this and saying,
Yeah.
gosh, we really need to look at this. We've been looking at this for like 2.5+ years.
Okay.
So, and we have paid engineering firms, and we have had people in here, and we've hired the definitive expert on wetlands. We have spent money and time, and while some people are just getting up and getting on the train, we've been on that train and we have been working this solution.
Okay.
It does not pencil out. But if you want to spend time as a public member and see if you can find the definitive answer out there, I say go for it.
All right, then.
If you can bring something back to this board that says, yes, this is going to work. But it can't be a report that says, gosh, we think, because you know what? Everybody in the EPA and the place that issues our permit and anybody down the line tells us, go for it. That's a great idea. Go for it. You know what? Because when you spend your money and it doesn't work, we know it's a failure. When you spend your money and we know it works, well, then now we've got the pattern for everybody else out there.
Sure, right.
We're going to play guinea pig. That's why everybody is so giving us the big, yeah, what a great thing to do. Because if we're wrong, we spent our money, not theirs.
Understood.
And then they'll know if their plan's going to work.
Right.
We're not the only water district that's facing this. So, yeah, there's a lot of people that would like to say, go ahead, spend your money, hope you're right, but if you're wrong, well, we won't spend our money. We're going to go get the centrifuge and we're going to have to spend the 14 million.
Right, and we're out too, yeah, I understand.
And there's no number that says two. When we started the centrifuge project,
Or I meant, you know,
it was
whatever
$2 million.
it
It was $2 million. Well, see, this is it. That number got spit out that first night, and I thought to myself, there is no way this is going to only cost us $2.5 or $3 million. There's no way. And then every time the number would come out, it would jump, $1 to $2 to $5 million every time we would hear it. And this is the problem with projects like this. We really don't know on that topography if this is going to work and if it's going to work for $2 million. There's a lot of people that can pencil out some numbers and say, yeah, I think so, I think that's going to cost you about this much. But then, they're digging a big septic tank in your backyard, but then they hit a gigantic boulder back there. The number they penciled out just changed because now there's a gigantic boulder in the midst of your path.
Yeah.
So,
All right. Thanks
this is the worries we have.
Okay.
I called the Department of Water Resources Board last Friday. They got back to me, and I didn't ask the man who I talked to, who is very high up in it. He has been to your meetings and everything several times, and I wish I'd asked, I could give you his name, but I didn't. Anyway, he said the fine per day is a minimum fine is $3,000 per day. Okay. He also said if a district is working in good faith to improve the system and everything, he's not going to enforce a lot of things. He's going to extend your time limit and everything, whatever you want to do. Now, you can call him and ask him about that if what I'm saying is true. Now,
They have extended it to
So we've
he said,
January 1st, 2018. That's our date.
yeah, but he said they can extend,
No.
you can extend what
They've
you're
already
doing.
done it.
They've already been here. They've already told us.
They've already
that's
done
our
ours
date.
as far as they will.
Oh. It's easy
But
for
he
him
said
to,
if you're working in good faith to work on a wetlands or anything like that, or
working
some
in
other.
good faith is January 1st, 2018. That is the good faith number. If we stop working
Yeah, right.
on it, stop spending money, and stop moving forward on our project, that is not good faith, and at that
Right.
point, we are susceptible to the fines.
But you won't be stopping good faith work. You will be continuing on if you can research out
Well,
something.
not exactly. George?
Keep
George.
in mind, and they were here at a meeting, and we've talked to them directly. There's two constituents. One has already, I don't remember which one of the two, one's on its second extension. So the 2018 date is a time schedule order for compliance. So yes, you're right, we could be heading down a wetlands path, and they'll use the money we're spending on that to offset any fines, but if it's not working by January 1st, 2018, they can't extend it anymore. And they sat here and said that.
And the fine will start that day.
Okay. And then what about the constructed wetlands evaluation report that you had done?
What's the
We
what's the
voted
question?
it down, I think.
You voted it down or what?
Well,
It was just an evaluation report. Did you have any engineering done on it?
It's on the website.
yeah, it's on the website.
Yeah, it's a report on the website.
It's just a report.
We
But
spent-
no engineering was done to see if it was feasible for 2.4
We
million?
spent $25,000
It was
with our
$25,000 on an engineer.
firm to give us that report.
Yes.
And was that this report or was it another report?
I don't know what you have in your hand there.
Yeah, I can show
Well,
it.
we spent 10 with Ron Kreitz,
Yes.
who is the definitive wetlands expert,
Yep.
and
He would know.
he designed a bathtub for us,
Yeah.
a large
This is
concrete
the Ron
bathtub.
Kreitz report. So
That's
that
the first
report was the first one.
It's the
And
$10,000
then
report.
we had brought AECOM on board, and they looked at that report, and they did a life cycle cost analysis and a further looking into whether it'll work or not. And the board saw that report, which is online too, I'm pretty sure.
I'd like to comment on that, if I can.
Go ahead.
The ACOM came for $25,000. There were two other bids. The other people had onboard engineering specialists. One had written another book, not Christ, but at any rate, they were on board, and they were, I think it was around $45,000. any rate, the ACOM fellow put it very bluntly that he didn't, before, he says, I'm going to file your report for you. It's not going to be well-spent money. I'm not going to look at the wetlands. I'm going to just tell you about how you can engineer your plant as a conventional plant.
No, they turned it over to their wetlands expert, which they have on board.
He's a
AECOM has
landscaper, Chris. Sep?
AECOM does not have a landscaper, Bill.
Just look
They have
up
a
the web
landscaper?
page, and he's a landscaper.
So you're saying he's just, they hire a guy with a weed whacker and a lawnmower, and that's their wetlands expert? Is that what you're saying?
He wasn't a
Okay, AECOM
wetlands
has
expert.
a world-renowned engineering firm that does projects everywhere across the globe, okay, and one of the largest engineering firms out there
But they
has
don't
their
do
own
wetlands.
wetlands expert.
No.
Okay, it wasn't, once again, because they didn't agree with you, it wasn't the one you wanted.
No,
I do get that, Bill.
He plainly,
Okay, I understand that. But when the three engineering firms were here that night, I asked them, which one of you can tell me, okay, because this is going to be part of our decision-making process, which one of you here can tell me that a wetlands is going to work for sure? And they stared at the ceiling and looked over here, and they didn't really have anything to say. And then when I said, which one of you can tell me that a mechanical plant, like we're building, will work for sure? And all three of them raise their hand. Yep, we can build that. We know that will work. But not one of those three engineering firms would sign up for the, yes, we know a wetlands can work. Okay, so that is the problem with pursuing it, is we've had three engineering companies, and even though we only hired one, and the definitive expert on wetlands too, we've had essentially four different engineering people, the wetlands guy and three other companies say, we just don't think it's going to work.
Okay,
It's not something that anybody's built for what you need on our topography with what we're trying to clean. It's a combination of things. It's not that wetlands don't work, but wetlands don't work in paradise on that piece of soil with what we're trying to clean. It's just a combination of problems that make it so these things don't all work.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean wetlands don't work.
Yeah. I know the one in Eureka works. They take out mercury and several other metals and everything, and they can use it for irrigation, but right now they're discharging it right back in the sea because they don't have an irrigation project set up as far as that goes. Now, if three engineers were to come and sit in the front seat here and give you their talk and everything, what would happen? Can you pay an engineer? Do you have enough money in your finances?
We've paid those people.
No, but it's future. Next week.
What? We're not going to repay engineers to come back and tell us the exact same thing, I don't think.
No, if you're to have
this board would not vote for that.
Well, you probably shouldn't challenge the board.
Well, I
on a
know. If
non-agenda
the board
item.
wants to spend money.
No, but.
I'm not trying to challenge the board. I'm
No,
asking.
I'm saying him.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if we have the money to do it.
I'm
the
not
reality
challenging
is-
the board. I'm saying I think we've sat through enough wetlands conversations.
Well, I know it's working in Arizona because I've done a lot. The system in Hammond is working. I'm from Long Beach area, so I know.
California's a
about that
totally
one.
different place to pass
Yeah.
rules through.
Yeah, and the Eureka one's going, and that's all I pulled up online. You know, and
That's a waste treatment plant, though. It's a
Yeah.
wastewater. That's
But if
sewage.
you can treat
Sewage is
waste-
clean water is a lot harder to treat than dirty water, so
You're only
it's,
trying to get aluminum out, which I haven't researched whether you can get aluminum out of a system like this. And aluminum, after flocculation and everything, precipitates out. I understand about the chlorine, you could just blow it in the air. I know my pond, I can have it up to shock value, leave the top off. 4 days later, there's no chlorine in it, just from the sun, and I know that works. Yeah, okay.
chlorine's not the problem, that's for sure.
Thank you for your courtesy.
So, okay, Ward,
The last one.
You're the last one.
Thank you for your time. I'll try and be brief. Some of you are familiar with Martin Nichols, distinguished public servant for many years, even local CAO at one point in time. He has also done some research on wetlands and did a field trip to Oregon to see one where they were looking at highest and best use as part of a LEED certified building project some years ago, something that's supported by EPA and the U.S. Green Building Council. Comes to find out that wetlands is one of those things that is highly favored by them, as opposed to mechanical and concrete options. So I don't know if you'd consider that, or any of your engineers had brought that up. And wetlands have multiple uses. Even if you later decide that it does not have the capacity for what you're using, it can be used for other things. Waterfowl, beaver ponds, and numerous aquatic life. So there's a huge potential for having a wetlands other than just your purpose. They do work. They're being built all around the world by numerous experts and engineers. Some of them primarily for cleaning water for drinking purposes and other aquatic uses. Besides that, however, you've mentioned several times that it's the people's water company. And you're asking us for a huge rate increase, probably going to pass it. Let's start a ballot and see if the public who owns the water company would rather spend $2 million for wetlands or $20 million for a bunch of metal. Well, thanks for your time.
That actually is what if you protest the Prop 218, we're going to be back at square one. So yeah, that might just be what happens. So, and when we have plenty of money in the budget, building a lake for people to enjoy that bunnies and flowers and birds can land in, yeah, that'd be great, but I'm not really willing to gamble your money on whether or not it will work. So, is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak to this? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the directors one last time. Any comments from what we heard from the public? I'm going to ask the board to make a decision on whether or not we want to pursue any more on the wetlands idea. We have spent.
Information
I don't think it's on the agenda.
Not for any decision.
And I think when I asked if I could do this.
Kenny?
Why don't we agendize that for another meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I asked whether or not I could agendize it, but it was said that
I'd forgotten this was written on this
Okay.
paper. I only looked at the.
So I'm going to make it, I'd like to request an agenda item for next month that the board decides whether or not it wants to spend any more time, effort, or money on the wetlands project.
Well, you're going to have to write out an email for that.
Yeah, and then I'm going to go post it on Facebook. But right at that point, I want the board to decide whether or not we are going to ever put on the agenda again anything to do with wetlands. I would wish wetlands would work. I wish it was a $2 million project. There's no proof that it's going to be. When this project started, it was a $3 million project and grew exponentially when you really get into the hard facts of what you really need to make a project. And this is the one that's tried and true. This is the one that we know that works. So I want to get it on the agenda item.
Yeah, 2 points. When you agendize that one, I would like to see if the Central Council would consider extending 3 months, 6 months, or whatever it is, that 18 date. That's just something that's not, they did that up there when I was
State
there.
Water, is it State Water Resource Board?
Yeah.
Resource Control Board.
Yeah, to see if they would extend that date to have a system working.
Well, I think we clarified that he needs to write his email asking
Yes.
for his agenda item. So if you want that on the
You can add
agenda,
that.
you need
Okay,
to.
I'll add it to
Need
the
to submit it.
But we need to have that answered
We have a process.
before we can legitimately decide this.
Well, we'll make one item A and the next one B, because quite honestly, the board has more pressing issues to get to. If we cannot get a definitive answer on wetlands, we need to be thinking about what we do need to do as a board.
So we actually have got 1 month to
Okay.
get some agenda.
You've got 3 weeks.
definitive-
You've got 3 weeks to get it on the,
Yeah, 3 weeks.
so the next time. About 3, yeah, because then Georgiana has to put it on the agenda. Okay, we're going to move on to item 6D, Director's Benefits. Director Hunt.
I put this on the agenda back in December, and it was tabled before we got to talk about it. so maybe it would have meant a little bit more back then. It's largely symbolic. Don't be thinking that I believe that the director's giving up a little bit of per diem income is going to make a difference in our rate structure, but I wanted it brought up that we would consider to waive our per diem income earnings as director from that December 8th, which was when we were having the meeting, so it would be from today if I were going to amend it, until the successful implementation of the proposed Proposition 218 water rate change. So what that means is, nine more days, we're going to know whether there's going to be an approval or not. If there is no approval, it could take us another 6 months or so to get an approval. Certainly 2 or 3, 4 months. But anyhow, that's what I wanted to bring up. And as such, I'll make a motion that the directors suspend their per diem pay for meetings, scheduled meetings that we attend, committee meetings, board meetings, from now until the implementation of a successful rate increase for Proposition 218.
I'll second. Okay, discussion.
It says there any benefits. Are you just talking about the $100 stipend?
I amended that to say, that, yeah, because that was my intent, and then when I read it again, that could be different. So I put that, I made my motion as per diem income only.
Change from what you're actually reading there.
I was pretty slick about that, wasn't I?
Made a little different motion, exactly. That was fine, though. Doug, any questions? Director Kellogg, any questions?
Oh, I think Mr. Hunt is grandstanding.
Director Hunt?
Yes, Director Hunt is grandstanding.
Thank you.
Okay.
So
I do see.
That's about it. I don't think it's worth the.
Hold that right there.
Blow it to hell.
Kevin, can you go back to Bill's email request? What's item number 2 there? Director Grandstand?
I took those all off because I decided they were just a waste of time and they shouldn't be on there. That's it. That's why I withdrew them.
Okay,
so I don't.
But this was an item. This was an item from back then too.
Yeah, this was back when.
Okay.
But I realized that there was no point to it. One of them would probably pass, and all we do is waste time. So
well, I'm on board
put
for
them
it.
off the agenda.
Okay.
Read back what's the motion again? I guess I missed it.
For directors to suspend their per diem pay for committee and board meetings from now until successful implementation of the rate increase.
And when would it be effective?
Today.
The date, well.
Today, after today's meeting or before?
Today's meeting.
Starting
with today's meeting, and it would go until the implementation date when we start effectuating a rate increase.
My discussion on it is, the reason I like the fact that we get paid per meeting is to encourage directors to be here. What happens if you pass this and only 2 people show up on the 29th?
We won't have a quorum.
Recall them, that's not going to do anything.
Then I'm not going to get paid for a while.
That's right.
I'll lose my pay for that night if I have flu-like symptoms.
No, you don't get it. If we vote this in, it doesn't matter whether you're there or not.
Exactly, Larry. Yeah.
I have a clarifying
Flu-like
question.
symptoms or not?
You said suspend if the Proposition 218 process is ultimately successful, or the directors being reimbursed for all the potential. So it's truly non-refundable.
That's my intent. Maybe
Okay.
I didn't word it right or say it right. I said waive or
Is there a change that
temporarily
someone
suspend.
wants?
My intent is that it's bye-bye.
Okay.
How about another question is, if it's successfully passed on the 29th, is there payment for the 29th? Meaning that you would be at?
No, because that doesn't implement
Implement till the 1st.
the rate increase. Whenever the rate increase is implemented and we start measuring water at a different income level, is my intent.
You look confused.
Any comment from the public on this?
That's February 1st.
Is that when we would start measuring the water?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
But if the
218 does not pass,
then it's forever.
it's indefinite.
As long as we're not getting paid for this meeting or
Correct.
the January 29th.
And then if we
Any meetings after that if it does not
After that,
pass.
if the protest.
When I threw my hat in the ring to run, I didn't realize that we got a stipend for meetings, so.
There you go.
So you're ready to give it up. Okay, roll call vote. Georgianne.
Public?
Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss somebody? I'm sorry, ma'am.
I just think, well, it's a nice gesture. I think that it's really not, it's kind of a minimal amount of money that we're talking about.
$1,000.
It isn't.
I'd rather have board members show up.
Yeah, I would too.
I think they will.
It's not gonna put our budget back in perfect order, but.
Well, let's say
Anybody else from the public? Going?
Go back to us again.
Going? Gone.
I think it's a nice gesture, yeah, but, I'm kind of questioning it. Fortunately enough, I'm able to spend mine for charity, kind of like Bill O'Reilly, but not in quite the number of cereals that he puts behind it. And both Director Hunt and I are being up for election, so boy, that's a good thing.
Yeah, it'll work against me, don't worry.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So I'm most likely going to vote the other direction. So if you don't want me to get my $100, throw your hat in the ring and take a shot at it.
Roll call vote, Georgianne.
Director Hunt?
Yes.
Director Duncan?
No.
Director Fletcher?
No.
Director Kellogg?
No.
Now that's a 3-2 vote the other way. I'll be damned.
Yes.
Write that down on the wall.
Oh,
will
my
somebody?
God. The motion does not pass 2-3.
You guys all better show up now.
Okay, Larry.
I'll be here 30 minutes early, Larry.
Good.
As always.
Well, that's right.
Don't
Director
pull a,
Duncan, Director Fletcher, and Director Kellogg were the nays.
No, yeah. Don't pull a Hall on us.
No.
That's right.
Voted against it.
The no, yes.
See, the thing is, when you don't have 5 people here, it really messes everything up because so many things don't get done.
Okay, that didn't go at all like I thought it was going to, I must say. Okay, Employee Retirement Program, Fund Performance, continued from then. Director Kellogg, I'm going to kind of assume that you got most of your questions answered, and if you had more for Rick, you could certainly give him a call, but if you have more items that you want to go over.
I'll have to look at the items at this point.
I would
What
say
page is it
This
on?
was Employees Retirement Program, Fund Performance.
The snow job. No, I'm not interested in it at one bit, not this way. This is not what I was trying to get after. This is a complete snow job. So,
As
no, I don't have any way to proceed with it. Kevin did a wonderful job.
Okay.
It's snowing in here.
All right.
Excuse me, Mr. President?
I don't quite understand that, so.
It says he doesn't want to do it.
I know, but it's on the agenda.
Yeah, so,
I'd like to make a comment about it.
okay, so I will allow you to make a comment since apparently we're not
I
going to
think Director
presentation.
Kellogg just called our 2 highest managers liars.
No, I didn't
in
call him a
open
liar.
session.
Well,
I
it
don't
also
know what
kind
a
of-
snow job is other than that.
It also
Bill.
kind of sounded like our financial
Snow job
manager.
is not lying. It's giving you so much information that it's so confusing that you can't make a decision. And that's what this is.
I understand
I'll
now.
simplify it for you. They had 13 choices, they now have 200 and some choices.
2,000.
Yeah, 2,000, excuse me, yes. 67% of the people have met with Rick and are extremely happy. One person, the one whispering in your ear, is not happy.
Send him to Rick.
And so he needs to go see Rick. Does that pretty much sum it up? Because
I think you
everybody
need- I think you
is
need
pretty
to-
much happy
hey,
with this
hey,
unless,
sir,
and if
let
they're
me
not,
talk, or you're just going to keep talking.
no, if they're not happy with it, Bill, they have the right to go. But you know what? You're not their daddy and you're not supposed to be holding their hand. They're not getting on a school bus for the first time for kindergarten.
The reason I asked this is we had no report for 2 years on this.
The employees get their report.
We're responsible, we have fiscal
And I think we-
concerning
I bet
I
you,
think we did have some
I bet
information.
you that during the 100 years that PID has been, I bet there's been more meetings on this since we have been on board than the whole 90 years before.
I have no idea.
I think so.
So let me just clarify the report, just so that it's, if anybody wants to use it, they can use it for their own benefit. When we went through this process in the past, when we were switching from one plan provider to the next, the way that you can handle your fiduciary responsibility was by putting employees in what they call target date funds. That was the only way that you could actually transfer money transfer it from one retirement plan to the next, because you can't match funds from one retirement plan to the other, except for target date funds. Target date funds are funds that are set for targets of retirement. So I felt it was appropriate, if I was to make a comparison between one retirement plan and the other, was to actually make a comparison to those target date funds. I don't feel it's in my expertise to find out what Vantage growth or what do they call it? No, Vantage Point growth is matched up to one of those 2,000 funds. I don't think that's in my expertise of areas. So that's why I didn't make any type of guesstimate or estimate on what this fund is to match to this fund. So what I did was I tried to give my best effort on matching those target date funds so that you could see a performance. The performance is very similar. I mean, the fees are lower on one side than the other, but the performance is very similar, which you would expect. And then I gave...
The biggest differences was customer service. We have somebody local that can help our people.
And then I gave all of the board members the funds listed from ICMA and the funds from FTJ. And if they feel like it's in their expertise to make that comparison, then I feel like they can do that. So that was my philosophy behind it. I'm not trying to snow anybody, and I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm actually trying to present as much of the information as I could. So.
Well, you gave plenty of information, Kevin. It's reams and reams of it in here.
That's what we
I
have.
think you called it a snow job.
Well, exactly, yeah. I don't know if any of the directors here, the night that Rick came in to make his bid and ICMA came in to make their bid, and I think we had one other company in here, I really wasn't too impressed. The one people just kept saying, yeah, we can do a great job. ICMA says, gosh, we're going to be here. We've had the account forever, and we've never been here, but we're going to be here now because now our job's on the line. And Rick was the only one that came in with really fresh, new ideas and offered something local here and could take care of our employees on a daily basis. The only one.
Well, now Rick was working with someone else. They hired him to come in here and do this. What was the name of the company?
No,
they did.
They partnered.
No, they partnered.
Partner, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Richard Maxey.
Well, it's a
Yeah.
partner, but he's the, yeah.
But that's your partner.
You got it right.
Oh.
Yes, that's right.
You
Yes.
got it right.
Yeah.
No, it's not right.
No, I said
No,
you
that's
got
right.
it right.
That's right.
You got it right. You
Yes.
told his mother.
So, but they made the presentation that, as a board member, I felt was the people that was going to take care of our employees. I think that is happening. I have not heard but one employee, and maybe there's more of them out there, that are not happy with the performance they're getting and the working relationship with Rick.
Am I wrong, George?
Yeah.
Don't we also have some sort of insurance? The board members, aren't we sort of insulated too with this new agreement?
Well, we picked up,
No.
no.
I thought we,
I believe that they have Securities America guarantees fiduciary.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, they guarantee that your fiduciary liability will
Not
be.
insurance.
It's not insurance,
Yeah.
but they are saying that they're going to keep your plan up to date. They're going to do your education, and they're going to make sure that the funds available are the ones that are best performing. So they're going to continue to monitor.
I thought I wasn't going to get paid for tonight's meeting, so I was going to see if I could cash that policy out, but apparently it's not worth anything, so I guess I'm back to ground zero. Okay, so since it was just an information-only item, Director Kellogg did not want to proceed with it. One final comment?
Just one final comment. My daughter is a practicing CFP, and Boots is a very highly respected professional in the field.
Absolutely. I've known Rick for years.
In fact, they share the post every other week or something like that. They each have their article in there, and that, which is very good.
Okay, I'm not going to go to the public for comment on there. I don't believe I have to, since it was just an information-only item. We are going to go on to new business. I am going to move down to,
Seth, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm taking a break.
you know what, yeah, why don't we go ahead and let's do a 6-minute break until 9:20. We will come back out of recess. We are going to go to new business, item 7C. We are going to move down to that real quick, and so we can get some people out of here.
7C? Okay.
Yes. I am going to go into either George or Dustin, whichever one of you wants to take this.
Dustin?
Well, I think this was an item added at the request of a member of the public, so they'll certainly want to speak to this. This is an issue we've been discussing since 2010, 2011, thereabouts. And in fact, I think in your agenda packet, there's an old letter from me, part of which outlines the requirements. And remember, this is not a black and white issue. It's not where you sleep the majority of the time, where you're physically present the majority of the time. Residency is determined by both location and then also intent. And you don't change your residency until you have both a new place, new physical presence, and then an intent to change your residence. So it's a complex legal inquiry, and as I've reported to the board on a number of other occasions, you know, a lot of the cases, the law in this, it comes from tax opinions, because people will try to live, for example, in Nevada to avoid paying state taxes. So over the decades and such, there's been a body of law developed over how you determine where somebody's residence truly is. And what it's currently, the current state of the law is it's a multi-factor test, 20 some odd things that you would look at. So that's kind of the overview.
I should have brought a copy, because I
You
have to
haven't?
send them out to my clients every once in a while.
Okay, is the public member here? George, did you want to say anything, or are you all?
Nope, this is a Dustin issue.
Okay. Is the public member here that would like to ask some questions? I know the answer to that question, but
So the criterias are, it's all up in the air, or it's all, the criteria for determining residency is what? Where you say,
Plus or minus 20 different factors that a judge would analyze and then render an opinion.
so there's really no answer.
it's where, basically what it boiled down to, it's where you live, not where you sleep.
Right.
If you choose to sleep somewhere else 6 out of 7 days a week, or 7 out of 7 days a week, that does not change your residency.
So it's where you live is where you claim, you say, this is my residence, essentially.
Where you collect a PG&E bill, where you get your mail, where you
vote.
where you vote, where you pay a mortgage, that's your residence.
Okay. That's all I need to ask.
Okay, was there any other director that wanted to comment on this?
Well, I was interested in this one because of the fact that on the property that we've got and we're currently living on, we're going to be putting on the market, it's a Division 5, and I've always felt that I would like the Division 5, but if you have the opportunity to branch out, it certainly gives you more opportunity financially wise and everything else. And I highlighted and read this article, it's on page 100, and one's legal residence, it's in the top paragraph there, it does not change until on, and the director intends to make the new location his or permanent home. If the director's physical lives outside the director's division, but does not have the requested intent of permanently living outside the division, then his or her previous residence status remains. Not like myself, I'm asking.
Not where you sleep,
I'm asking Dustin,
it's where you pay your bills.
Okay, I have an office that's in Division 5, which I do have, okay? That's not where I live. But I'm going to be living between there and pay my bills and all kinds of stuff out of that office. I don't do it
This,
now, but I
with,
will.
this,
What do I?
are we on topic here, or are we?
Yeah,
Is this
we're
a,
on
is this a?
topic. I'm asking a question.
Well,
What a hypothetical.
Yeah.
yeah, it's a, yeah.
I'm losing you, though, a little bit in your hypothetical. You're
Division 4.
Division 4, but you're
I'm 5, I'm
having-
Division 5.
Okay, all right. Proceed, sorry.
I'm 4.
No.
I'm 3.
Okay, I have a resident, an address, a business address in Division 5. Now I have a residence and a division, and a business address in Division 5, okay? If I had the division, the business address, and I paid all of my bills, and I stayed there some, but I still had this other house that I went to occasionally, 6 days a week, like you just said, Sep, what would be my residence?
What's your intent?
What's your intent? Yeah, exactly. It's
My intent is
you only
to
have
be-
one residence, and let's say you started at location A and you moved to location B.
Okay.
Your residency stays at location A until your physical presence changes and your intent to change.
Okay. Better.
But you did say a business, so I would think that that business would have to have living quarters that
Yep,
are
it would-
acceptable
it would-
to
it
the
would have-
town requirements,
My
right?
best living quarters would be at wherever I moved to, the new place, Division 5, whatever it's at. But this other one does have a living,
So this business is when you get in trouble, sleep.
The doghouse?
Oh, the doghouse.
and after being married for 60, pushing 61 years, I gotta kind of watch this, because you're never married long enough that they can't pitch your bags out the door.
How long have you had a cot at the office there, so that you can spend the night?
I'm just setting one up. You answered my questions, thank you.
Okay.
And the important
Richard
thing is,
Kellogg?
keep your
Any
voting.
comments, anything you wanted to ask on this issue?
Oh, I wanted, since somebody put in what happened with Hall, Hall's problem for me was that he lived outside of the country for weeks, and then he came back for one meeting, and that made him legal. If he came on to 1 out of 3 or 4 meetings, I don't remember the circumstances now, but that made him illegal. He could be, even though he had a cot in another division. And so he was able to get his seat. The only way we could get rid of him was an election, and he lost the election coming up in the fall. So I will hold my comments until the election in the fall.
Just point of clarification, that's not the only way.
No, I realize
There's a
that.
legal process called quo warranto. You need leave of the Attorney General to do it. But it basically, quo warranto is a legal term. You're challenging that person's eligibility to sit in a seat. So
Right.
there is an existing legal cause of action out there that is available to anybody.
Right. But the board can't do it.
No.
Well, as I say in my 2011 letter, you function as a very 5-member democracy. So the rules are set up as such where if there's a minority, the majority shouldn't be able to oust the minority.
Right.
So it's very tough for PID as a majority, 3 members of the board say, to oust through quo warranto the minority members.
I think we should leave it up to the public in the fall.
Okay. Well, we thank Director Hall for his years of service. I'm sure he brought a lot of good things to the district, so I do thank Rick for his years of service. Okay. Is there, I'm sorry, Barry?
I think he's
See ya.
It's my understanding that directors run in an election and they're voted on at large time.
Correct.
They're required to live in a certain district.
Correct.
Seems to me that's sort of a cumbersome, screwed up operation.
Where were you when I had this on the
We tried to
agenda?
get this.
I know, really, I know.
Brought this up last year. I think it died for lack of interest, I don't know. But I would like to see Director Hunt and or President take this up. And, I don't know if you have to do it legislatively, if you do it with the vote.
We would do it legislatively at this
I
point.
think that's the cheaper alternative.
Legislatively? I thought we were going to do it on the ballot.
Yeah.
We do have to clarify, if we have an
Legislative.
election, it may not be that expensive.
We're going to do it on the ballot.
Right.
Well,
May I make a comment?
depends.
They're serving at large. They're serving the whole populace. They're elected at large, but yet they're required to.
No, I only take care of people in Division 4.
You're right.
Yeah.
How many times when somebody calls you up, do you ask them, what district do
No.
you live in? No.
I think Director Hunt's proposal last year should be acted.
Thank you.
Director Hunt, when he brought that up, I voted against it for one reason. I made that statement, was because of the fact that we were planning on selling the property at the time, and I had several people mention to me that that should be a vote of the people of the district, not just us making our minds up. Because I would have voted yes, just simply because of my wanting to sell the property and live someplace else.
I'm just talking about the future, right?
Yeah. So we need to get that out so the public can vote on it.
I think so.
That's
Well,
what
okay
people are
then.
telling me.
Let's go on to the next item. New business, 7A, customer appeal, Maxwell Family Trust, 6149 Bowles Road. Manager Barber, please.
Well, you have my written report. I think Dustin's got a few things to point in. Ron Knopf was the realtor representing these people. He came in and out a few times, but I think he finally gave up.
Gave up. We wore him out. We snowed him.
So, there's certainly some current concerns about setting precedent.
I think we had
I
some
didn't
input
put a
from
recommendation in writing, but the reality is that it could be problematic, especially for fire service upgrades. And you want to just jump in?
Yeah, there's some legal issues with, we'll call it a claim, the request. One is the statute of limitations. The very best they could argue it's 3 years. I think it's more like 1 year. So the request for 5 years back fees paid is excessive. Second, and I think this is the bigger issue, their premise is that you did not provide them service, which I think is incorrect. You did provide them service. It may not be the service they want today, but up until they decided they wanted to develop whatever they decided to do, where they need the current upgraded service that they assert they need, that's not PID's problem. It's no different than, you know, an industrial plant coming into an undeveloped lot, and we need to upsize the main to get them water for their industrial process. That's not borne on the backs of PID customers at large. That's the responsibility of that individual property owner to upsize the facilities and pay the capacity fee, et cetera. So I think, you know, my recommendation would be not to accept this claim because of those two items.
I believe we should not accept the claim because of the following reason. This is a vacant lot right now. Well, if this lot had a small Airstream trailer parked on it, hooked up to water and used our water for 5 years or 10 years, and then they decide they're going to scrape that trailer off and they're going to build themselves a nice stick-built home. Whoa, but we got these new regulations now, the fire flows, and there's not enough water pressure here to satisfy my need for that. That brings all 10,000 of our customers to bear. And are we going to be paying to retrofit everybody for the state of California's requirements for the fire flows? You know, we provide water to that property, to the meter. Just because they didn't use it has no bearing at all. They made the choice to seal the meter, and instead of taking the risk of having the meter removed, and then when they go back to build, what's the condition of the service lines? Did we put a new pipeline down down the street and not hook up their service line because they were not a sealed meter at that time. No, that's a decision they made. It's a business decision. It's a personal decision. And to look to PID to pay for their expenses in this, it's just one of the expenses that came along because kind of like we're dealing with Proposition 218, they have to deal with this law for the fire flows. So I don't think it's a valid claim.
Okay.
Also, too, they're asking for the fire hydrant fee, which we've already spent. It's been used to upgrade the fire hydrants that they're going to use when they do it, right?
And that's not our funds, those are town funds.
Right.
We collect
Those are
on their
town
behalf.
funds. Right. That, and to me, when you seal your meter, you're sealing it in time.
If their lot had caught on fire, would they pay double to have it put out, or
No.
would they
Let it burn?
let it burn? Exactly.
So I'm against this appeal, too.
I'll entertain a motion.
The question that I had, and maybe it's been answered, I didn't hear it. This would apparently open up a can of worms for a lot of properties that have this fire problem,
Yes,
right?
certainly could.
Okay.
Well, if you do a remodel of a certain size, you're required to retrofit with sprinklers. As I said, an industrial operation comes in, and the existing service is not adequate for their industrial purposes. And so you see this kind of slippery slope where all of a sudden it's the district rather than the developer that's footing the bill.
I realize that, a trust is a trust, but I do the whole number of Maxwell people. Are there any of them still alive? Or did they all?
I don't know which family this is. Huh? I don't know which family.
I have no idea.
It's the one that put Maxwell Drive in front of the high school.
Yeah.
And built that first subdivision.
We shouldn't probably directly identify them, but yeah.
I move that we deny the appeal of the Maxwell Family Trust.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Any comment from the public? Being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any against?
No.
Motion passes 4-1, Director Kellogg being the no. Okay. Director Healthcare Report. I'm going to move on to item D. That is going to be by Director Kellogg. I'm sorry, Bill. I looked towards George and Kevin because that's what I thought this was coming.
He can certainly respond, but you recently passed a change to our rules that stated that if a director didn't pay their health care by the Wednesday prior before the board meeting or whatever, second
It was
Wednesday of the month.
Wednesday prior to the board meeting.
Yeah. That item be placed on the following month's agenda. So that payment was not made in time. It is paid in full at this point in time, but by rule, we had to put it on the agenda.
So that was by Director Kellogg?
Yes.
Concerning Director Kellogg.
How much late was I? I thought I was on time.
No, you,
One for December?
You were on time for January, you were late in December.
and then you were in arrears about $13.
Yeah, $13 and I paid 14 or something.
Because your check didn't cover it, but it was still a couple weeks late. So there was still.
Now, this was going back to December on the $13. Wasn't going to the most recent one.
Correct.
No, that's not on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it was an information item only. Is there anybody who'd like to comment on this?
No comment at this time.
None from the board? Anybody from the public? Seeing nobody from the public, we will move on to item E, labor operating expenses. Discussion and possible direction from the board staff to reduce labor operating expenses by a specific amount if the public is successful in protesting the rate increase. Director Hunt.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm getting over to my notes.
Was that Tom?
Yeah.
No.
I jumped to it and I wasn't expecting it.
Shorter guy, right?
He wasn't here tonight.
Oh, wow. I don't know. What iPad page is that on?
It's got to be down low.
Yeah, it's past the committees.
Okay, here it is. I've got it, 104. Okay.
Above that. There it is.
Yeah, 104. So my intent here is to bring it up to the board's attention that if the public is successful in stopping the rate increase, we need to be able to move with some decisive actions and move quickly. And I don't think it would behoove us if we wait until January 29th and then find out we're not increasing the rates on February 1st, that we then wait until the next scheduled board meeting in February. So we wait almost a month, 3 weeks more, before we have a meeting and can start to give direction to staff about what we would like to see cut back. So my personal opinion is that the most effective area to cut back in is going to be in terms of labor and service to our customers.
Sure.
That's where we can get a big bang for our buck. We can affect it into the tune of several $100,000 between March 1st and December 31st. Who knows when or if we would ever get a rate increase. And if we don't get a rate increase, then we have to trim ourselves down to be able to deal with these legally mandated projects we have going on and still yet provide at least healthy, clean water to our clients if we don't provide any other services. But instead of me coming in with suggestions and picking a number out of the air and saying that we should target $300,000 in labor and then hand that off to the management and say, okay, this is the board's decision on what we want you to start generating plans for, and that you can effectuate on March 1st. If we can give them direction now, then they can start now, instead of getting that type of information from us on the third Wednesday of February, and then they have, then they got what? Another 7 days, and well, because it's leap year, you'll have an extra day in there to get things rolling. And I don't know whether the board has an appetite for this. I'm not saying that we are going to cut back labor. We certainly are not going to be giving them directions about whether they're cutting back management personnel or rank and file IBEW workers. Who, what job positions, anything. That's their job. Ours would be to just give direction if the board feels it's appropriate to ask them to start preparing a disaster contingency plan at this time. So that's my encapsulation of what I was wanting.
So we just give them a dollar amount?
Well, that would be my idea.
Okay.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I think legal counsel should weigh in on this one.
Yeah, I'm listening very closely, Director Hunt. I want to maybe have you clarify for me. Are you wanting a kind of options that then would be presented to the board for possible action, or are you wanting staff to actually automatically implement these cost-saving measures, whatever they determine them to be, in the event of a majority protest?
My intent is to have the staff automatically move into effectuating whatever plan they come up with. If Friday night comes and we walk out of here without having a rate increase effective on February 1st, then they would implement their plans as soon as they could. I don't even expect them to be firmed up, in 10 days.
Okay.
But
Monday morning by 8:30.
they automatically,
no pressure.
First of all, we should get from Kevin, what dollar amount are we talking about?
I think that's a wise thing to do.
Yeah.
I would think that I would want to create an ad hoc committee that would go into play the minute, if it does not pass, the Prop 218 does not pass, then automatically I would create an ad hoc committee, or an automatic ad hoc committee will go into play, consisting of you, Ken, and myself, and then we would meet with staff at the earliest available date, I would assume Monday or Tuesday.
Well, maybe we should have.
Is there a problem with that, Dustin?
Maybe we should have on the agenda for Friday night.
Here's what I would.
You don't need to, you don't have to with the board. You can do an ad hoc.
I can do an ad hoc, yeah.
Here's what I would suggest, not that I don't have any faith in you two guys. I would suggest that if it does not pass on the 29th, that we have a special board meeting the following week to figure out where we're gonna go. That would be the ideal way to do it.
Yeah, but if we have
And I will
five
donate
minds
$900.
clashing on what we need to do, what we first need is an ad hoc committee to sit down with Kevin and look at what options are available, and then bring that back to the board.
Well, and remember, my admonition to you is the agenda items is something about labor operation expenses or something like that.
Yes, the true labor and fringe benefits associated with them.
But if you're only looking at labor, we have existing employment agreements with the bargaining units, ABW, management unit.
George has
and
got
even
open
George and
negotiations.
Kevin. Those agreements, we've settled terms for 2 or 3 more years. Correct me.
What is
You can't just unilaterally change terms. That subjects you to possible
Lower-
liability. So we also, depending on the option you may have to pursue, there's some legal maneuvers we would have to go through in order to negotiate those.
But could we, if we're bleeding, could we not terminate employees?
There are layoff provisions in the MOUs.
There are what?
Layoff
Yes,
provisions.
okay.
That's what I was going to ask.
But again, you need to do it.
Well, it has to be done right, and it needs to be start to look at now. Make the plan, open up negotiations, let them know what we're looking at. Not that would happen before Friday when we get the decision, but the next week, I would expect that George would have a meeting with the union, both of them.
Seth,
George?
Yeah, Director Fletcher first. Who's been waiting?
There's going to be a lot of decisions. This is certainly one because our cost of doing business is labor. There's no doubt about that. That's a big cost of it on here. But if this does not pass on the 29th, there's several other items that we're going to have to take into consideration, and that's why we need a special board meeting, because we all need to get our brains out here on the table, just not you two people. You two are just 2 out of 5.
But we're going to bring that, we don't make decisions.
No, I know that.
We just bring them back to the board.
No, we need a special board meeting. I will be glad if you're worried about the $100, I will donate my $100.
Oh, that's already going to be off the table, because.
Yeah, I know it's off the table, but anyway.
I'm going to make it a non-paid board
We need
meeting.
a special board meeting. I am extremely, I'll take my glasses off to say this one, I'll be saying it again at board directors meeting. I am extremely disappointed in how we've handled this 218. And I'll tell you a lot of different things when we get to it. Extremely disappointed. And these people here have brought that out, what it is, you see. But what I can see, the week after the 29th, we're going to have to go for another 218. And this time...
So let's not go into the hypotheticals of what happens after that.
I'm just talking about, he's talking about Cannon people are giving them less hours.
Okay, we can't.
This right here, no, wait a minute, right here.
Don't say any numbers.
I'm not saying any numbers. We need to take a look at this and all this. This is Kevin Sandiver. I got a whole bunch of stuff here. So before I vote for this, as an ad hoc committee, we're going to have a special board meeting that week.
Does anybody vote on an ad hoc
No,
committee?
the president.
You can just.
I just created an ad hoc committee. I don't need your
hoc.
permission, but thank you,
Right.
Mr. Vice
Well,
President.
I guess you can do it if you want to.
Can I have my comment?
Yes.
To me, this is a bald-ass attempt by 2 men to intimidate people that are going to be voting on 218. And same with our staff. We don't have any purpose to figure about this now. We don't know how it's going to come out. The odds are that you're going to get it. But to do something like this and tell the public and your employees that you're going to cut their pay if this happens.
Bill, no one said.
That's what you're talking about, Seth?
No.
And that's it.
That's what this says.
This is what your public has said. You have to make labor cuts. You have to take down their wages. Everybody needs to take cut. That's nothing, well, that's all I've heard from the public out here. That's their entire comment. So, okay, it's not as easy to cut costs as it might seem, okay? Can't just go in and start whacking people left and right, okay? But for Ken to bring this up, for me to want to create an ad hoc committee, for Doug to want to have all the board members to talk about it, yeah, having a backup plan is what you do, okay? You don't just say, well, gosh, if 218 doesn't happen, I guess I'm just going to go home. I'm going to go home and Saturday morning I'm going to get up and watch some cartoons.
Wait a minute.
We need a contingency plan.
We're not letting anybody else talk.
When we have a past practice of an ad hoc committee, sometimes we hear from those committees 4 months later.
Well, believe me, you're not going to hear from this committee 4 months later. I will make sure of that.
So that's why a lot of this stuff, we wouldn't have had the problem we have out here if we would have had a board meeting to talk about it. And you do that one item, you just talk about that one thing. So what we would do, see, is I don't think it's not going to pass, if you want to know the truth. Even though I am very disappointed, extremely disappointed. I've been in management 60 years. And I am extremely disappointed. When I have another 218, if this constitutional thing doesn't go through, it'll never happen this way, because I'll blow the goddamn shingles off the building talking about it not to be that way, because it has been improperly handled. Just horrible.
Happened anyway, right by the letter of the law.
Of course, your ad hoc committee, do right at it.
Okay. And that's not to say we're not going to have a special board meeting, too.
Yeah, no, do your ad hoc committee.
But having an ad hoc committee ready to go is the first priority thing, because getting all the board of directors together is a totally different thing and might not happen as easily as two people meeting. That's why you have an ad hoc committee.
I doubt that. I'm sure that we could get together, because they've had us do that.
Say we couldn't. It's not as easy.
I'm sure that we could get together.
It takes longer to get together the full directors than it does an ad hoc.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
So
I work on a lot of ad hoc committees.
okay. But Bill, we're snowballing the public, right? This is another?
No, you're just being stupid.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Okay. Having a backup plan is always stupid. So I agree.
In this political climate, you're being stupid.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for those words, wise words. So we don't really have any direction, except that I am going to form an ad hoc committee that will go into effect after the board meeting on January 29th, if the Prop 218 is unsuccessful. Good enough wording?
Yep.
You don't even have to do that.
Okay.
You populated it already. I heard that.
Yep.
So.
Okay.
Okay, so the only thing I could do would be to make a motion here to give the staff direction tonight, but it sounds to me like from the discussion, we don't want to do that, so I'm not even going to bother.
I don't know that we could give the staff comprehensive instructions of what to do, except that to start looking for ways to cut money.
Could if we just grabbed a number out of the air, but if we're not comfortable in doing that, and I agree.
Hit 500,000,
Let's do some
Kevin.
research, talk to Kevin, find out how much we got to cut back.
500,000 a month?
Except, let me introduce Kevin put a beautiful thing together here, and I was hoping we'd have a follow-up on this year, saying, and it talks about it, and you're going to actually be out of money.
That's the
I've seen
president's
this.
report.
Okay, I was
Well,
on
you can go
I
by
was
that.
on I was on the committee that helped form this back in 2011 and 12. So this is not news to me, Ken, or any other members of the board, unless they weren't paying attention. But we're not going to talk about it tonight.
All right.
Okay?
No problem.
Okay, so we did our board recess. I'm going to go back to item 7B, item 1. Now what you've all been waiting for. Drum roll, please. Okay. Georgiana, you ready? This is the way I am going to populate the committees for the 2016 season. Administration and Personnel is going to be Ken Hunt, Sepp Carolla. Ken will be the chairman.
Same.
Finance is going to be Ken Hunt and Larry Duncan. And who was...
I was chair last time.
Ken, you're chair this year. Paradise Lake, Doug, I didn't see that you had put your vote in on that, so I am.
No, I just.
You didn't? Okay, so it was going to be Bill and Larry.
Good.
And Bill, you will be the chair on it.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Community relations, if I can read my own chicken scratch, is going to be Ken and Sep. Doug, you did not express any interest in that one either, so, and I am going to make Ken the chairperson on that one. Because then you get to give the reports.
I know.
I know. Isn't that nice of me?
Community relations.
I'll take that one if you want.
Paradise Lake. Yeah.
Just say the word.
Ken, Sep.
Town liaison, that is going to be, it's put me on there, but I'm going to put Larry Duncan and Doug Flesher.
What's that one on?
Town liaison.
Don't worry, we never meet.
And I'm going to put
Be mine.
you two on that. Doug, you are the chair.
Doug is the chair, okay.
Water Conservation Committee, I am going to put Bill Kellogg, Doug Flesher. Bill, do you want to be the chairperson on that?
No, I think Doug does a good job.
You want Doug to be the chair? Okay. Well, he's been the chair the past couple of years. I'm offering you the position.
No, I think Doug's doing a good job.
Okay, then Doug's going to be the chair. Water supply, I am going to have Ken Hunt and Doug Flesher. Doug,
Yeah, because of the.
Ken, you will be the chair.
Because of the drought, you better change that, yeah. Change the people, because we had a drought when they were on it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, Sep was bad juju when it came to getting rain, so, yeah, I agree.
Okay,
I
water
agree.
supply is Ken and myself.
Ken and yourself, Ken will be the chair on that one. Okay? Ad hoc committees are going to remain the way that they are. I don't think I could even change them, right? I just leave them the way they are.
Yep.
Botanical Garden liaison is still going to be Bill Kellogg.
Thank you.
Welcome. And I think that covers all of them. Is that everything for at least our committees?
Oh, you're changing Bill to the mechanical? Because Doug was.
Oh, was Doug last year?
Yeah.
I didn't populate it last year, so I didn't remember that. The Botanical Garden liaison.
Bill would be the best for that.
Okay.
I didn't have one meeting because Mike Trinket didn't want to be.
Bill it is. And Bill's got a good working relationship, and that's kind of been his little baby since the inception. So I would like to keep it that way.
Very true.
What about
Okay.
public?
Public. That's a whole nother can of worms. Let's get there. Okay. So we only have 4 spots on the lake. Excuse me, I got that backwards. 4 spots on the Conservation Committee and 2 on the lake?
Correct.
3.
2.
2 on the lake.
But there is no rule as to how many we can have, correct?
You can have more.
We could actually have more on the Conservation Committee.
We could have more on the Conservation Committee?
Our public people on the committee really.
That just means more donuts for people, you know?
As a matter of fact, we don't furnish.
We don't get donuts at Lake.
That may be a good idea.
We get fish.
Well, this year I'm going to get donuts for the Lake Committee and then for the Water Conservation. They did a really lousy job. We had a drought last year, so. Okay, where is that? There it is, appointment. Okay, so my recommendations. We had a letter from Roland Resendez. This is for the lake, excuse me. We had a letter from Joe Boise, who I think took over Gildy's spot, right, for the end of last year, okay? On there, we had a letter from Tom Kelly. We had a letter from a gentleman named Dave Campbell, who I don't know, but I really liked his little resume here.
Is there any,
with all kinds of good
do
stuff.
we have, can you have more than what we have for public?
Well, the board's never set a policy that set the limits.
Okay.
I think we should have less.
Less.
Yeah, well, I do.
I like
less public members?
I like public members.
Okay.
I do too.
I like public members
Somebody
too.
to argue with.
I like public members, particularly on the Conservation Committee.
So I am, I know Roland, I've heard, didn't show up to a lot of the meetings last year. You guys who were on the Lake Committee would have to tell me whether or not that was true.
Is that true?
Roland.
He was there at the beginning. He missed the last couple, I think.
He's expressed, as of December 12th, he's expressed an interest in it.
Well,
Joe, as of the 14th, did, and so did
Tom Kelly.
Tom Kelly on the 24th, and then the 30th.
Yes, he's in a conservation committee.
Oh, Kelly's
Not
on
late.
there?
Thomas?
Oh, it says as well as the lake
both.
committee. Yeah, it said both.
Yeah, so,
He wants either one.
well, my recommendation is going to be for Roland, for Joe Boise, and for Dave Campbell. That would add one member in that we don't have, but I really like, if Roland
I like
doesn't
this
show.
guy, Dave Campbell.
I do too.
I've never seen anybody write such a good letter.
Yeah, that one, I really, did you really, have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I didn't think you were being
I hear he
facetious, because
paid-
actually I read
he
that
paid
and I
somebody to do
said,
it.
I said, wow.
I
paid
Now,
you,
We haven't done this before, but maybe you ought to just pick one at a time and
Okay, well, that's, I was just saying, those were my recommendations, but then.
Did we, the board pick these?
Yes, the board approves the public members.
Oh, we do, oh.
So if, then from there, if anybody else wanted to add anybody else in there, then we would go down one at a line and one at a time and start deciding.
May I make a suggestion for the Conservation Committee?
Well, not until we get to the Conservation Committee, we're gonna do the lake first,
Yes, okay, good.
okay?
I've known Tom Kelly for years, and he's got maps of the lakes and all sorts of information he can add to a meeting. I think he would be a good asset to the committee. He's a very well-meaning man. He wants to help people.
And Dan, I'm sorry, I just thought of something, you had your hand up back then. Probably not,
I don't think that your next rate increase is going to fail. I didn't think go through, but if it does fail, what do you do about the filter plant?
about the filter plant?
Yeah.
We put money aside for penalties.
That will be, yeah, I know.
We put money
We start
aside
stocking
for
the money away
penalties.
from the fines, yeah, exactly. Yeah, which actually in all reality will cost more than the recycle project will, so.
You could build it without the rate increase, can you?
Can't build it without the rate increase.
Well,
Can't get a-
we would
can't
have
get a-
to-
Can't get a loan.
We wouldn't be able to get a loan, yeah.
Yeah.
If we don't get a rate increase, they won't loan us any money. Because the money is loaned on our revenue.
I mean,
they should cut a bunch of people.
Yeah, Obama, yeah, let's get Obama to do it.
Or the next owner of PID.
Okay, so we can have, we could add 4 members on if we wanted to. For the
Listen,
lake. Thank you, Dan.
I
Thank you, I'm
I
sorry.
would say that I'm not happy with the Tom Kelly recommendation from Bill. I know.
Then we're gonna vote on it.
Well, but he gave his opinion. I just want to give my opinion so the
Yeah.
rest of the party would know. I don't know if any of you guys have had any
I'm not
dealings
gonna-
with him. He's a very well-intentioned person, but you can tell from the nature of the letter that he wrote with so many errors in it. And in talking to him, my personal experience with him, he's slow-moving. He is lethargic. He's got these ideas, and he'll bring in all kinds of maps and this and that and so on and so forth. He's going to drive you guys absolutely crazy.
He was not gonna be on my referral list. That's why you didn't hear him on my original list.
okay.
Yeah, there, on there. Okay, so, is there anybody else? I think that's the 4 letters that we had, if I'm not mistaken.
Wasn't there somebody at one of our meetings that wanted to know how to get on the committee? Did they put in a letter? Do you know?
I have no idea.
I forget who it was.
Well, that, Joe Boise was here, wasn't he?
Joe Boise, yeah, we put him on.
Yeah, exactly, for
It was
Hildy's
somebody
spot.
else, some lady that wanted to get on our committee.
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, we're not gonna, we don't, do we make a motion?
How are you handling it? Do like George said and vote one by one.
I am just gonna do one by one. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna go right down and then we're gonna vote one for one. So, do I have to, we don't have to make a motion for that,
Yeah.
right? We do?
Motion in a second. For, how about we start with Roland?
Okay. I make a motion to have Roland Resendez on the Paradise Lake Committee.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No, no, no.
No?
Three
Okay.
no's.
Three
Three
votes.
no's.
What's that?
He
That
gave
was
three
That
votes.
was 3?
Didn't you
Okay.
hear that?
Yeah, exactly, I did. You needed to switch your voice up a little bit there, though. That passed 4-1, Director Hunt being the no. I'll make a motion to have Joe Boise on the Paradise Lake Committee.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. I'll make a motion to have Tom Kelly on the Paradise Lake Committee.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No.
Nay. Fails 3-2, 2-3. Directors Hunt, Duncan, and Corolla being the nays. I'll make a motion to have Dave Campbell on the Paradise Lake Committee.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, PID Water Conservation Committee. First person that we have on there is Michael Spees.
I move that we
Definitely.
have Michael's piece on the,
Okay, let's just go ahead and we can just go right down and vote. These guys, these are a little bit easier. Michael Spees, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Ward Habriel for the Paradise, or I'll make a motion to have Ward Habriel on the Paradise Water Conservation Committee.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, passes 4-1, Director Hunt being the no. I make a motion to have Tom Kelly on the Paradise Water Conservation Committee, the PID Water Conservation Committee.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No. Fails 2-3. Directors Hunt, Duncan, and Corolla are the noes. This person here, Chuck Bell. Anybody, before we make a motion on it, anybody got any input?
He has quite a resume here. It's not typed or any of that, but
No? I just wondered, did anybody know him,
I
or?
don't know him.
Yes?
Who knows him?
Yes, Ward?
Ward knows him.
Okay,
I invited him on the lake tour and treatment plant tour. He was quite impressed. He thought with his background and experience, maybe he'd be more involved with our local water.
did you get the impression that he's going to be a good addition to the Water Conservation Committee?
Yeah, he's pretty sharp guy, and he knows a lot about conservation.
I move we nominate Chuck Bell.
I'll second.
Well, I'll make a comment about it.
Did we second that?
Yes, it did.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody who doesn't take the time to make the best presentation possible, doesn't even take the time to type it out for us. I think that person would be difficult to work with.
Maybe he doesn't have a
Chuck's
typewriter.
old school.
Maybe he doesn't have a typewriter.
I don't care.
I don't know. I don't have a computer. I use a typewriter.
They can go down the library.
Okay, so how many were we looking for on this? 4. Okay. 4.
Slip that in there.
All in favor of slipping Director Hunt out the back wall, about the back wall. to do that.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so we have a motion for Chuck Bell, excuse me, I wanted to say, I was trying to read his name there, Chuck Bell. All in favor for Chuck Bell on the Water Conservation Committee? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against?
I'm against.
Okay, passes 4-1, Director Hunt being the no. Okay. And
Look at
this next letter, that was the one, okay.
Mr. President.
Yes. Did I miss one?
Whether we have him or not on the Conservation Committee, for some reason Jerry Menden didn't put in a letter.
I know.
He was experiencing some pretty significant health issues. In fact, I went down and visited because I thought he had lost another leg. Without a doubt, we have a lot of great plant people in our North State and Paradise, and Jerry Menden is one of them. So whether we have him on the committee or you give the committee an opportunity to have him as a volunteer advisor or something like that, I hate to lose him on that committee.
Can he be added later on to the committee, or I can only do it now?
We just adopted a new policy, so.
He has to have a letter.
Remember, I know,
You can
so
decide as a board to change it or do something different.
can I add Jerry as can we vote on Jerry as a committee member even though he didn't submit a letter?
No.
Not by rules.
You'd
Okay.
have to first suspend the rule. Or
Well, we could
agree-
make a motion to.
Agree to.
Make a motion to
Make an
write him in,
exception. Yeah.
to have him as a write-in.
I'll second it, Larry.
Okay.
Okay, so, okay, can we do that? That sounded all well and fine, but I don't think that was,
I think it's
Okay.
legal, isn't it?
Okay, well, if
It's
you,
policy. It's your policy.
It's not that big a deal.
What's the difference between being a committee member and just being a
public
member of the
member?
public?
Especially on the Conservation Committee, we certainly listen to all comers.
Comments in there.
Pretty
So
good
if Jerry wants to
conversation.
show up, it's not like they're voting, right? You're voting on things that you wouldn't, that would require his vote.
You got a motion before the board.
Yeah, I know, so
And
no.
you
I'm-
seconded.
Okay, no, I'm still discussing.
well, I'll discuss. We created a policy.
Yeah.
It's just brand new in effect, and the first thing we're doing is undoing it.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
I don't
So-
like that.
So, how do we
People
undo
know
our?
what the deadline was, you know?
Okay, so I can't just kill the motion, right?
Nope.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. Can I make a rule for that? Oh,
You
well,
don't know the
Georgianne didn't hear the
The
motion,
motion
so
was.
doesn't
to-
exist.
to Put Jerry Menden in as a write-in candidate.
Yeah, exactly, I know, really, didn't hear it?
That was the motion. Yeah,
Okay, to have Jerry as a write-in candidate.
correct.
Okay, so
And Bill seconded.
I think that we should, go ahead, George.
You're the board, you can do whatever you want, but just keep in mind that if next year somebody
Yeah.
comes to the meeting
Yeah.
and says, sorry, I missed the deadline, but I still want to be considered, you need to consider that when you.
Can of worms. Okay, so I think we should, as a board, vote no on this. But that's just my thought, because
I'm
then
not voting
we
no on
are,
it.
we are setting precedent for something that could happen next year.
I'm gonna be asking Jerry for a lot of help on a thing that we're.
My first question was, when I looked down there, George and I went and had dinner tonight, to talk over other things, and I looked at, first thing I said when we got to this was, where's Jerry? Has Jerry put in any word? Jerry okay? Because I think he was a very valuable part to that Water Conservation Committee. So, I wish we would have had something in before the end of the year from him. So, all in favor of having, go,
You got a motion on the table, you're supposed to give the public an opportunity.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, yes. It's long, it's late. Ward?
Is there a position of a non-voting member on the committee?
Public members are
Public
non-voting
attendance.
members.
Yeah.
You guys are it right now.
Yeah.
I mean, one option is if Jerry's health improves and he starts attending every meeting, invite him to the meetings. You could reconsider at a later date.
I have no problem with him being a write-in, because I think he's very valuable.
Well, see, I know one of the things.
Yeah, we're setting precedent by making him the write-in.
Big deal. It's not
If he wanted to maybe like appeal getting on the committee later in the year, if his health picks up, that's probably a better way to do it.
Well, I've served on quite a number of committees with Jerry in the past when he was in very good health. And I know for a fact that if we needed plant material or a whole bunch of different things for this drought plant material that we're putting together, he'd be the first to volunteer.
Well, I think, okay, we're going to spend way too much time on just this one little thing. Okay, so we're just going to vote on the motion that we have in hand. Any more comment from the public? Comment from the board?
That I don't think we should break the policy.
Okay, then your vote will show. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
No.
Passes 3-2.
Passes 3-2.
Good.
Okay.
We just broke the policy. It wasn't concrete.
Okay.
I think this is an exception. Is okay. Now we got to vote whether he's on there.
Yeah, just remember you said that next year when this blows up in their face. So.
Yeah, but he's not on there yet.
Yeah, exactly. So.
We haven't voted him on yet.
Who's that?
Jerry.
Oh, okay.
All we did was say he's a write-in.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah.
So now we
I
have.
wasn't going to say anything. We were going to move on, and it was passed.
I wasn't going to.
You guys tried to pull a fast one, huh?
I was trying. But you're too good, Larry.
Okay, I move we put Jerry Menden on the Water Conservation Committee.
second that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any comment from the board? Any discussion?
Yeah, how many legs does Jerry have?
Legs?
Legs.
What's that got to
Did
do?
you say that you thought he lost a leg?
Yeah, he did lose a leg.
He's lost one. He's
Staph infection, and I was told that he had lost another leg, so I went to visit him, and he has it. He's doing everything he can to keep from losing that leg.
Wow, okay.
It's not diabetes, it was a staph infection.
Get a sympathy vote
From a
then.
surgery.
Yeah. That's what he's gonna do.
Okay, so, but Jerry's pretty mobile, so I won't think that will keep him from being a productive member even
No,
if he
he
does.
has a cart and all that stuff.
Any comment from the public?
Regarding what?
Jerry Mendon.
Jerry
being on
Mendon
the
as a
water-
committee, as a Water Conservation Committee member.
Public.
Yeah, okay, Dad, ready?
I got some questions to go back to.
Since there's a motion. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain.
You abstained, that's a vote for
Okay.
yes.
Yes, vote.
Okay. Passes
5-0.
4,
No, it passes
1,
4-1.
4 with one abstention. Passes 5-0.
Yeah, 4-0 with one abstention.
Okay.
All righty.
Is that it?
Okay. All right,
That
committee
was
reports. In an effort to keep this moving quickly, I would ask that committee reports go very fast. Short versions
Right.
tonight. Oral board reports, representation of commissions, committees, Butte LAFCO,
I'll
Director
start on
Duncan,
that one.
go.
I'll give it
We
to
met on the 7th. We had 2 items. We extended service in Chico legally instead of illegally like they did before. And then we did a annexation in Oroville. And then we had a review of our manager, and he came out. He probably knows it now, but he came out with flying colors. That was it.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Butte County Special District Association, Director Hunt.
We had the meeting here in this room on Tuesday, December 15th. There was the main, did we even have a quorum? Where was?
We didn't have a quorum,
No
so
quorum.
we
So
didn't
no
really have a
business.
meeting.
No business was conducted, but we actually had a very nice presentation about solar opportunities for agencies that have access to some ground with sunshine. And I think that you're going to be talking to this man, is that correct?
Yeah, he's the one working with us already.
He's the one already working with. Did you get him to come speak for this?
Yes.
Oh, okay. But anyhow, it gave us a lot of nice information about how many acres, 4 acres for 1 megawatt for the solar energy, and said it takes 4 to 5 acres, 4 to 5 of these pods to make it go. So we'd need 16 or 20 acres.
Sorry, time was up.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. Just messing with you.
That's about the end. That's all I was going to say.
I was just messing with you.
We did talk about putting something on Magalia Reservoir. How many
yeah,
acres is that?
90.
90 acres?
Right.
See, if we put something on there like little battleships or something, so that people could
Little
watch it when they drive over the dam?
You put it on the agenda and we'll discuss it. Because I talked to him about it, so.
Yeah.
Will there be a lot of sun at the B reservoir?
No.
No.
No, not a lot of sun there, okay. I couldn't remember.
There's a lot of sun at the garbage dump.
Yeah, but they want that
Okay.
themselves.
I was just messing with you, Ken. So thank you for your report.
I was
Water
trying.
Conservation Committee?
Yes, I'll be quick, and Ward and Bill were there. We're still continuing on with the thought of putting a drought-resistant plant herbarium here, and it'd be on the side over here, and then the landscape, George has talked to us about that. I know Ward's got some people, you got 3 master gardeners that's going to do it, and I have a prep program that I went that's on the state, and they're developing it for the whole state. It's already developed. And so it'll really be a benefit for people in the community, and we'll be getting back to you people, because down the road it will require a little funding. And that was basically what we did.
Thank you, Director Fletcher. Report on 2016 Economic Forecast Conference.
Forgot the Lake Committee.
I'm sorry, I scratched off one and then I jumped to the conclusion. Paradise Lake Recreation Committee, Directors Kellogg and Larry Duncan, Chairperson.
Right, we met on when did we meet? On the 12th of January.
Say again, last week.
And we had reports on everything. Let's see. And I guess they're doing a lot of cleanup up there. They finally burned the piles after it started getting wet. And Kids Fishing Day was a success. And we're
Kids Fishing Day?
That was last year.
Last year?
Yeah. Well, that was reported on the.
Okay, I was
it's
just
on there.
checking. Was there
We had a
another one?
report on Kids Fishing
I thought there
Day.
was a mid-January one that I missed.
No, but we also talked about buying fish for this year. And we're trying, because we're open annually now, we're hoping to get more fish from the state, right? Because that was the big hangup before, because DeSable gets more fish than we do because they're open year-round. So we're hoping that'll happen.
That's a target.
Well, they're owned by PG&E and they've got money to burn left
Yeah,
and
but
right.
this is free.
Yeah.
So anyway, hopefully that'll do it. Our sales are way up because of the annual, but I'm sure we're making far less money because of it. So I think that we should review the permit fees, which most of the people won't like.
I will.
Yeah, you go ahead and
Because you don't buy them.
Prop 218 that and
Yeah.
on your own.
And then parking update. Oh, there was
Any
nothing
parking
on the kayak. Well, the planning update on the kayak thing, and we put up signs, but I guess there hasn't been much action on that. Can you think of anything, George, that I missed? Bill?
Yeah, we talked about the can thing, the financing of the can thing going away and putting the money in the general fund. And we talked about keeping that money in the can thing for.
Oh, yeah.
It's always.
The staff, or at least part, Greg was very concerned with the money staying there.
Yeah, but it
Save a can, buy a fish
The general
thing.
fund. And the problem we would have with people donating money and goods to the district, if you put it in the general fund, will be a very big problem for us. And Doug can talk to that, even though he's not on the committee, but he's had experience with donations.
Yeah, but Kevin says that it's all being spent where it's supposed to be.
All donations would be, what we're doing, what would happen would be all donations would go towards the purchase of fish. And all donations would be tracked separately from any other general fund expense.
Right.
Or revenue. So all the funds would be segregated and directly associated with fish purchase. The district would pick up the cost of Kids Fishing Day. Other than the fish purchase, I mean, they would probably kick in more money for the fish purchase. But right now, there's a fund out there that is constantly having to transfer money in and out to try to cover the cost. And the true cost of Kids Fishing Day has really never been calculated because we never calculated labor, equipment, cost of all. So
Right.
it was just an easier way to account for it. It was a direct correlation that your funds will be going to a specific item, which is fish. And so we felt it was a win-win.
Also, too, the biggest fish hatchery closed,
Yeah.
and so the price of fish may go up.
Jim could probably add to that. He's having a hard time. He talked that night about the hard time he was having getting fish.
Any success so far?
There'll be 2 hatcheries that are going to be bidding that I can find.
Good. That's
Well-
better than one.
With this topic about Kids Fishing Day, I don't know if I can legally put forth an opinion here, but everybody is supposed to be cutting back and not spending frivolously, and here we are. If we're getting donations to cover the cost of fish, I would suggest that we only spend the donations on fish, and we not allocate any more money to the Kids Fishing Day event.
We didn't last year, did we?
Yes, we always spend more money.
We did? We spent more than we,
You guys spend quite a bit.
I know we allocated, but I thought it was just a clerical thing.
You guys
We actually kick in money too? Okay. Yeah, well, it may have to happen. The problem is that'll really reduce your revenue.
Yeah, there's the shotgun that's donated, there's tackle that's donated and so
Oh, that's all
forth.
donations now.
Yeah, that's all donations, and if they know it's going into the
Revenue
general
reduced
fund.
because there won't be fish to catch and the fishermen are gonna.
How about we
Let's get through the.
not make that decision now?
Right.
Besides, this was pretty sure this was a committee report how this started.
Right.
So, let's go ahead.
It's been my experience.
Not on committee meeting.
When I work on that, other places, that anytime you take money that's being generated by fundraisers and it goes to the general fund, all of a sudden people stop, they don't like that. And I talk, I work daily on or weekly on the college foundation, and you gotta keep that money out of the general fund.
That's what we're doing.
As long as it's with the general fund.
Yeah, we're not.
That's a complete miscommunication.
Thank you, Director Duncan, for that report.
Okay.
Report on the 2016 Economic Forecast Conference. Director Flesher, I think you were the chair on that, or I don't know, was
No,
Bill?
we were just together, Bill and I.
Okay.
I'll start out on it, let Bill finish up because he had it. We're talking about the 16th Annual 2016 Economic Forecast Conference. I've been attending these for quite a number of years. I don't know if I hit all 16 of them. I really enjoy them because of the fact that they have some key speakers, and the paper really covered it this year. Both the ER and the Post, I believe, and they're recommending that the economy is going to be very similar to 2015 and 2016, and I enjoyed that. They have breakout sessions in the afternoon. It's held at the Gold Country Casino. Big, great, beautiful lunch, which I endowed in. Went to the breakout session. Room was super hot. Oh, God, was it hot. I've learned something at this one. I've been going to meetings of this type for 7 decades, okay? So you don't know where I'm coming from. And damned if I didn't doze off. And I almost fell out of my chair. And when an old geezer like me does that, they immediately think stroke, heart attack, or maybe I'm just flat checking out. Not that the Gold Country wouldn't be a good place to check out at, but anyway, and when they found out that I wasn't checking out, I enjoyed the rest of the day. But I'll never do that again. When I'm getting too hot, I'll find a cool place because, God, that was horrible.
Those Indians know how to bury people, though.
They know how to bury people, yeah. Great. Well, Bill, you want to talk about the water thing?
Well, I'll talk about the program and then the water people, because the water was at the afternoon session. In the morning, we had a fellow named Eiler. He reported that China is slowing, so it's slowing economic growth. And since, of course, the meeting, the stock market continues to fall apart by the Chinese thing, the price of walnuts that our growers receive in the valley has gone from $4 to $1. And so it's causing economics here. The tractor companies aren't going to be selling as many tractors and so forth. It's going to go through the economy. Dot-com boom and crash. He's talked about recreation, slow recovery. A slow, steady recovery is taking place. Nothing great. Part of it is starting to be the building. We can see it here in town. It's starting to pick up again. The banks hold $2.2 trillion in reserve. And because of the laws that they're having to deal with, they're not making loans. And I talked to the local manager up here, and he said, yes, this is a big problem. They need to loosen up on some federal loans to get money out. Bank regulations and 1/4% of the cost to banks. Food and injury down fast, 12 months, lower revenue. Job growth up the last thing, but it's non-farming job growth. Strong dollar is actually acting like a brake on exports. American leadership debate, Brazil wobbling. Brazil was real strong a couple of years ago. Now they're in political turmoil and their economy is falling apart. Savings glut, world economy, and ag jobs growing since 2009, but they're stopping now. They're hit it. Let's see what else is in here. Glen Butte, Tehama, Glen, 6% unemployment. and going down. Marginal employment, 6%. The true unemployment is 12%, and that's in our market area, counting Paradise. And rental market in San Francisco, how would you like to pay $5,000 a month for an apartment? It's quite a market. Housing market, wages, land use. And 25% of our office space is empty, commercial to residential. And Chico's rental rates are flat. They need more houses, but they're not building them yet. And of course, the unknown things, pot didn't make the legalized thing, it's illegal. And talked about 10-year thing. Then a guy was really a character, a Sukala. He's from Larta Institute. He had fun. I mean, he was fun to listen to. Didn't agree with half of what he had to say, but he made you laugh, and he was the keynote. And so he was fun. Then we had a local guy. His name is Prem Chan. He's of East Indian, we'd call him up here. He's lived in Yuba City and Biggs. His father was a farmer up here that went bankrupt a couple of times, he said. He has responsible for bringing over 400 jobs to an IT center to Chico. He's looking around and maybe bringing another 400 jobs if he can find the space and do the work. That's your really growth thing here. It isn't high-paying work, but it's work. And he talked about working with people up here to bring dreams to action, community capital people, and solve problems. Then I went to the same meeting that Doug did, and there was a committee of 3, and one of them, he wasn't on the agenda. There was a professor from Chico State who wasn't there. This man's name is Pete Bonovich. He's a California Water Service Company and Chico manager. He gave a very interesting talk about what happened with fines that they netted out during the crisis. But the biggest thing he talked about, and it's something I think we should adopt, is banking water. He said his customers really were interested in that, and it really worked well for their district to serve by banking water. And I went up and talked to him after the meeting a little bit, and he repeated what he talked about in the meeting, and he described his job and all the different things that he does with Cal Water and Chico. And that alone, the banking water thing, should have paid for our costs to go to the thing. I think it's something we need to consider. If it fails in the new water rates, if they become necessary, we should talk about banking water for our customers. They're asking for it right now.
He mentioned, are you done, Bill?
Yep.
He mentioned that their customer base was higher rate until they put that banking in. You know, I mentioned it the last time. And as soon as they started that banking, their customer base settled down.
What was their increase?
How much it costs to use your bank?
Pardon?
Did he tell you how much it costs to use your bank? 20
We
bucks.
didn't ask him on that.
No,
But
he
he
was
said
just
it was
saying
very
it worked
durable.
really well with
20
his
bucks a
customers.
month?
20 bucks if you get into your bank, flat fee.
Oh, the flat fee, okay. And how much did they increase the rate back down there? I thought it was $19.
19%.
I thought it was $19.
$19, excuse me.
A month.
Yes, which was,
What, and we're
Where's
increasing
some-
ours less than 15.
anyway, we're off. Okay, thank you, Doug and Bill. That was great. That economic conference sounded better than the last 4, and the couple that I attended, so.
I attended a couple. The last one I went to, the guy said, "Don't worry.
Be
One
happy."
person cannot wreck the country by being president." After that, I decided never to go again.
Yeah.
That's actually Lincoln's quote.
Yeah. General Manager's report. George, regale us.
Okay, really quick, my written report. Our water supply now, from this point, we're now 9 feet from spill at Paradise. So we actually had enough rain this weekend where we did some releases out of Magalia to maintain our level.
Wow.
We're still operating off of the Jug Reservoir at this time. And then I wanted to show you.
I was going to ask it to kind of hit my neighborhood. I kind of finally got down to our neighborhood.
The water?
Very slight.
Taste?
And
Little
we're
smell.
working on our
I could tell it was Magalia, though.
rollout, because we're planning ahead. We're letting people know that this is subject to you guys' approval. If I can remember the website, I'll just show you what it is.
PMI PID bill?
I was wondering what that was. PMI.
Pygmy bill.
We got filters.
Yeah, that could have been bad.
Yeah.
We got filters that don't allow that. So, we've got this webpage that will provide lots of information to our customers, help them, guide them through the choice process. We've got information about the rate change in the plan. I'm not going to go through all these. I encourage you to go through them on your leisure. We've got tips for choosing. Our CR consultant did an excellent job.
This had the protest form? Is that what I'm seeing right below there?
Pardon?
Protest form?
It's on you.
Yep, okay.
Animated short videos.
If I could just make one comment. We're still working on the browser issues, and on this browser, this thing is all wrong.
I was wondering what happened to you guys.
This is really fresh.
There's a link from the website to this?
Yes, there will be, or there is.
We did awesome videos.
These are really, actually pretty good animated videos. They did a really good job. They're short. They give a lot of information. There will be a rate calculator that'll show the folks how their rates would look if they use their water like 2014 and help them choose. They'll actually be able to choose their rate online. We got legal counsel that gave us input on the terms and conditions. So this will be one way a person can change the
plan they're on.
Have a phone option to where they can call in, and they will have to accept the terms and conditions, and they can make their change request there, and then we'll have forms in the office for people to make the change. So we're
awesome.
Very busy. Mickey's done a great job trying to roll out all these options and get things in line. We've got people that are wanting to choose their plan now. They didn't want to wait till February, so we were trying to get in line to be able to do that. Any questions?
Beautiful. Directors, any questions for George?
No.
What? Oh, yeah, I do. What would happen if we hadn't released that water in Magalia?
Well, we're under rule by the state.
I know, but what would be the consequences?
I'm not even sure how that process would be. We'd get compliance letters probably, and
it just seems funny that we release all the dams release water when everyone is flooding down the thing. And
yep.
It just seems like
reservoirs are empty.
Yeah, reservoirs are empty, and we still have to release water. It just doesn't make sense.
It goes back to the old adage. You don't poke the bear.
Okay. Any questions from the public? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the legal report.
Number of items, quick. The water fix protest was submitted before the end of the year. So Paradise Irrigation District is now an official party and protester to the tunnel project. That'll be ramping up over the next few months. The hearing is scheduled to start April 7th. Second, the JM Pipe settlement payment, the Formosa settlement payment, $38,000 plus or minus, actually came in. Deposited, check cleared.
We're looking good now.
Okay.
38,000?
Yep.
How many days will that run us?
Not much. About 15 minutes tomorrow morning.
The state mandate matter, we've been working the last couple months on briefing. And the way it works is we did the opening brief, the state gets an opposition brief, and then we get the last word with a reply, which we just finished and mailed off yesterday. I'm really happy the way the briefing came out. No surprises. Typically the attorneys on the other side will come up with some new theory for why they're right. Didn't see anything there. So it's now going to the judge, and we have our trial, our hearing before the judge on February 5th, I believe, in Sacramento. Lastly, Director Kellogg asked me to speak to the 218 reform proposal that's being circulated by Aqua and others. I am on the committee of, I think it's exclusively attorneys, kind of working on, we worked on the language, crafted the language, and now we're working it through the legislative process. The strategy is to both try to get the requisite signatures to put it directly onto the ballot through the voters, and then also run it through the legislature. We're doing both because we just don't trust the legislature, and we're fearful that, as is typical, you start with a bill that you really like, and then the politicians get a hold of it, and it's ground up, and you something that at the end product you just no longer even favor. So we're trying to gather signatures to keep them honest a little bit.
And public trust fee is a
Yep.
big issue. There's plenty of state legislators that want to put a per meter public trust fee that we'd have to collect and pass on to the state, and this would be a perfect opportunity for them to throw that on the ballot.
Is there any sponsors?
Not that I'm aware of yet. I don't think there will be a problem. Governor Brown, in his a couple signing statements last September, came out pretty clearly in favor of 218 reform, which of course just poked Howard Jarvis. I mean, they went ape over that. So it's setting up to be a very interesting fight. You know, do the kind of Howard Jarvis ratepayer advocates prevail, or do the kind of the governor, the conservation, drought, low income? I should say there's three primary things that are the subjects of reform. One is stormwater, which we don't have a issue with. The other two are potential. Lifeline rates, it would allow for a subsidy for low income or, you know, folks that fall on hard times. Current Prop 218 really limits your options doing that. You cannot use 218 revenue to subsidize your water rates. So that leaves cell tower revenue, or in PID's case, the lake revenue or something like that, tax revenue. So it's very, very limited. The revision, the 218 reform would allow districts much more discretion to go ahead and kind of subsidize customer classes. The other item is, you may have heard in the news last April about San Juan Capistrano and the court ruling there on tiered conservation pricing. The 218 reform would make it much easier and much more defensible legally to have conservation, you know, aggressive tiered pricing. And I think that one in particular, I think could be of benefit to PID in the future, and other districts. You know, us in Northern California, a lot of districts basically have free water. You're not paying Metropolitan Water District. You're not paying the State Water Project for your imported supplies. It comes, it's gravity fed. The unit cost of the water is pretty fixed, so it can be tough to have, you know, ironclad defensible tiered pricing if you wanted it. So this 218 reform would allow, you know, give you an alternative process. I should say it's not mandatory. It's actually in a separate section of the Constitution. So it's an option to have kind of a different type of rate that may be a little more defensible. So, questions?
Yeah, in your research, what was the percentage that 218 passed by? Did you run across that?
So I think it's over 66%. It was a pretty hefty.
96, you told me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was a comment earlier from a member of the public about something City of Davis. I didn't follow that, but
That's from my speech.
oh, really?
Our customer choice
Oh.
water rate.
Customer choice
considered
was-
by City of Davis.
I got it. Yeah, 218 is very interesting history. It's really started with Prop 13 in '78. which was styled as this complete tax reform. Well, the Howard Jarvises of the world thought that there was a loophole. You were really increasing taxes, but you were calling them fees and assessments.
Mm-hmm.
So in 1996, they put Prop 218 on the ballot. It passed, obviously, and that's what we live with today.
I noticed on the news, Reading raised their utilities by a vote of the town council or the city council, so they don't have to abide by
Their electrical rates? Their electrical?
Electric.
Yeah, it's Prop 218 only applies to property-related fees. This goes to the utilities power. They somehow carved out electricity from that.
Oh, okay.
They were talking about that when I was up there. They didn't really make sense. We didn't talk much about it, but
yeah,
we held the meeting in City Hall.
Yeah, really, 218 is an assessment and any property-related fee, which in my mind is sewer, refuse, stormwater.
Well, I've done some research on it, trying to become more knowledgeable. And districts like ours is the one that put the thing in. When it first came out, they just counted the votes that were cast. You know, and like the Mosquito Abatement District said yes or no on the type of thing. And then we got it where if you didn't send your ballot in, it was a yes vote. Because of the fact that
That's directly in the Constitution. That's not a creation of, that's not a creation.
Put in. I was reading that and I didn't understand it.
Maybe what you're thinking of is there was some question about whether water service is a property-related fee or a property-related service. If you think about it, you can develop a property without having PID water service. You can have a well or spring.
Or PG&E or...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was resolved in 2004 with the Supreme Court Bighorn decision, so we're stuck with it.
Are you going, will he be here on the 29th?
Oh, yes.
I don't know. If this meeting goes much longer, we'll see.
He's likely one of our impartial.
Yeah.
Will we count, while we're on that, will we count the votes that night?
Yes.
Or the
We'll,
forms?
Yeah, I will work with staff. We're going to have disinterested counters. That's required. We will have a procedure set up. If we're, I got to give this more thought between now and then, but I think if we're close, to 5,000 or whatever the number is, close to 50%, probably what we'll ask you to do is adjourn the meeting to a specific time at a future date.
Yes.
So that we can.
Yes. Have time to count them accurately and.
Well, it's not just counting, it's making sure there's not 50 votes for one parcel.
Exactly. Well, that was the other thing I wanted to see, because I had a real problem when he was kind of questioning, like, who regulates you guys as to whether or not you're counting the votes? And I thought, well, who's regulating you when you drive in 150? It sounds like you've got 40 or so protests, you said. So who's regulating that?
I'm glad you brought that up, because that was personally offensive to me.
Yeah, well,
it was very flippant, and he had no problems whatsoever insinuating basically a crime.
Yeah, exactly.
That you will commit.
But on the other hand, I'm bringing in 40 votes that you have no idea whether or not I know those people or I actually collected those or how that works.
Well, we'll rubber band those and look at those very closely.
If it was a close vote, that is what I was going to say.
We've been, in the past, I think there was 200 or 300 votes and protest votes last time. It didn't matter if there was some shenanigans because we just were so far off. So it's only if we're getting really close to the mark where we're going to have to look closely.
Well, I didn't like the insinuation.
So I'm guessing a couple 300. I haven't even looked at the box. That's just what Christy tells me. We're collecting them. Some of the envelopes get open because they don't tell us what they are. When staff sees that, it goes in a box. That box goes in the vault every night, gets locked up. We haven't touched them unless we didn't know what they were when we opened them.
I had a little problem with the insinuation of,
stuffing. We're not going to stuff the ballot box. We're going to not count some of them.
Yeah, exactly.
The years ago, I don't think you were here when we had a protest hearing at the rec center. I mean, the senior citizen center, we rented it because we thought there'd be too many people.
Yeah.
But I think that was before Prop 218.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't, huh? But I remember
I was
12.
with Ray.
Huh?
I was with Ray.
Ray, yeah. There were 12 people showed up.
Yeah.
And we rented the senior center. And I think half of them were media. So.
Okay, Barry's got a question back there in the back, or a comment?
Once the protest is tabulated and it fails, protest, then the board must take an action to increase, to improve the rate structure, right?
Yes, and this is another item that I need to work with staff on. We have kind of a template resolution. We need to try to anticipate what the board may do. You know, if we don't get the requisite majority, but let's say we get 4,500 or something very close. I mean, that's pretty close. People have sounded pretty clear there. The board may want to make adjustments, and you can do certain. I mean, we did that in 2011, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have a resolution. We'll have a Word document. We'll have a draft resolution for your consideration, but we're going to probably have some variations of that to try to anticipate some contingencies.
I'm a little bit confused on that. I thought that in our December meeting that we approved this rate structure, and that's what we presented to the people. And if it's not overridden by the people, that rate structure is what goes into play.
No, we haven't approved it yet.
That's essentially the ceiling. So let's say, let's use an example. Let's use the 600,000
Reserve.
Yeah. You put your finger up. I
know.
You're following me?
Well, if we have the opportunity to lower them, I want the opportunity to raise them.
You can't. It doesn't work that way.
That was the ceiling.
That's the ceiling. You can go off, lower than the ceiling, but you can't go higher without a new 218.
But keep
Will
in
you just
mind-
disregard his finger next time he sticks it up? I know, really.
Keep in mind, the rates were set based upon a calculation.
Exactly.
So you can't,
Cost of service.
the cost of service calculation, so you can't as a board say, we want it at 95% across the board, because then it messes up the calculation. So you are the ones that decide the $8.2 million, et cetera numbers. And then I would need time to recrunch all those numbers to try and figure out something else. And you can't just say, you approved an $8.2 million budget, so you can't just say, we're only going to raise it.
We're going to go 8.4 now?
Could you eliminate the options?
We
can go down.
Your current figures show that we need $54 and whatever pennies that was per 10,000 meters. That's our cost.
That's how the formula, yes.
That's our cost of doing business.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the adopted rate covers the cost of doing business.
$54 per meter.
Okay, any quick questions for?
Could we remove, that's what I want, could we remove the options at the 29th meeting?
Yeah, I got to give that some thought. My initial reaction is
I don't think we will. There's a lot of people.
Part of the notice.
Yeah, part of the people think we're trying to pull something on them because of that options. Actually, we're trying to help them.
Yeah.
Well, the $54 is just a default.
That's
Right.
You have to pick a number.
Well,
We have to pick one.
You don't have to. Yeah, they don't have to.
No. We have to pick a number for Prop 218.
Right.
All the same.
But
Yes.
can we pick a number?
They have all the options in the world.
Okay, it costs us $54 and whatever pennies that was per meter.
equivalent meter.
Equivalent meter, yeah, okay. Can we lower it? Or can we can only,
That was the ceiling, yes.
yeah, we cannot go higher.
Let's
We
let
can go
Dustin,
less.
let's let Dustin work on this so that
We're gonna
he's
try
got some
to-
things he wants to work out
Yeah.
prior to probably commenting to all of us at
I
this
think
point.
I'll work with staff. We're probably not going to anticipate all of your potential options or things you want to explore, but we'll try to touch on some of them and be prepared for that. And
If it looks like there's a lot of conversation that needs to happen, we can postpone to a future meeting. If there's, I mean,
The
I'm
vote
thinking
should-
if there's too
yes.
many.
The vote should be undertaken at a public meeting, so I'd like to at least have a rough count of the votes. The verification can come, you know, we can do that either after the meeting or Saturday morning or whatever, and then we re-adjourn at a future date where we say, okay, these are the valid,
If it's close.
yeah, if it's close. If it's not close, you know, if we get 1,000 protests,
Okay.
then it doesn't matter if you've got somebody submitting 50 votes for one parcel.
Because it didn't blow over the line. Okay, let's move on to staff and billing reports. Who's going to be our person on that?
You got him.
Yeah, okay. Kev, go, buddy. I know, really.
Oh, this staff and billing, you guys ask questions and that's not ours.
Yeah, we asked questions on the
Is there
report.
anything spectacular that you would like to go over? Hey, look at back there at that chart right there. Hey, that one doesn't look all screwed up this time. That's
Isn't?
good.
Look how high it is.
Well, lately I've been getting like blanked out squares. The gold's not in there when I get it on my iPad, so it's had various. What was the lake revenue? That's what I want to see.
There it
right
is.
there. I looked at it, but I just kind of glanced over it.
Almost
Look at that.
45,000.
Wow. That's a big up from 2005 at 16, 17,000. Although we added on a whole nother employee, so that number's. But that still is great. We're getting that kind of people up there.
I have no questions.
It's a
Page 117. I have a question on that.
117?
Yeah, 117.
Yep.
Firefighter replacement is also in the report. It seems like, well, in November, we were up just under 175,000 or whatever it is, and then this time in December it was up to 200,000.
200 units.
200 meters, and is it just continuing to
I'm
go up,
going
or
to say
can you tell?
cold weather and
Cold
batteries.
weather,
Cold weather and batteries.
Cold weather's causing the batteries to go bad?
Yeah, it's cold weather.
Well, the batteries have a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cold weather's going to escalate it.
And although it's a
Gas
problem,
is battery.
you've got other agencies that didn't get the 6-7 years we've gotten out of them. So,
Okay.
yeah, it's terrible, but it could have been worse.
10 years was the life expectancy of them anyway, so. But yeah, when I saw November going up, I thought, well, December gets cold, we're going to have it, so. Not a shock number.
We haven't even paid for it yet, have we?
No, but we bought some new batteries to replace them already.
Yeah.
We paid for the batteries, we just haven't paid for the,
Or new
What was it
fireflies.
cost
for the
us
whole
back?
thing.
And
Do we
it's
just
different.
buy the battery, or do we have to buy the whole unit?
Only new units, $100
Whole unit.
per unit.
How much?
100.
100.
$100, okay. Thank you. Jim, do you do that report? Because it's a really well-done report. I always get a lot of enjoyment.
Go ahead, Jim. Yeah, Jim's changing his mind. He said, yes, he
Yeah,
did do that
Bill
report.
does that
Jim,
report.
yeah, Jim
He
did
wanted,
do that
he wanted
report.
to wait and see what you said about it.
He just changed.
It's Keith's report.
Not
Keith O'Brien, the superintendent of distribution.
Who actually types the damn thing?
Obie did it.
Mickey?
Keith O'Brien, the superintendent.
Okay,
It's in the title.
I do want to compliment. Keith's a great guy.
Okay. Any
Yes.
other questions for staff, billing, reports? Any questions from the public? Being none, we're going to move on to the treasurer's report. Kevin, go.
Oh, wait.
You have to
I move we accept
Oh, that's right,
the
I'm sorry.
December
That's right.
2015 staff and billing
Oh,
reports.
just wait. Do I hear a second? I'll second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Treasurer's report.
Okay, so you have my written report. The one I want to focus on is this. We're still lagging behind our budget. I do want to reinforce that even if this rate increase does go down, the consequences of it is we're going to lose the opportunity for state revolving fund monies for the processed water recycle project. The processed water recycle project, if board decides, could come to a screeching halt, but it doesn't solve all of our problems. There will be necessary cuts in operational expenses up to, I would say, and I'm going to throw a number out there, $700,000. It's the revenue that we had not collected due to the drought that we anticipated, and if everybody remembers, With that revenue, we were at a zero budget. So that's where the number's gonna stop, where I would say it is. And the easiest picking fruit is labor. So that's where
Not that easy of picking fruit either.
Exactly, yeah.
You can't cut chemicals, you can't cut debt.
Okay, so you were saying if Prop 218 passes and
Prop 218
if our
passes.
rate increase passes, see, not Prop 218, it already passed. But if our rate increase passes and we decide to lower it, that's what you were saying.
If it does not pass, we will be in dire straits as a district, and if you guys don't take any cuts, then you will go bankrupt.
Okay, no, but if it passes,
If
and then we start playing with it, lowering it down and tweaking it and doing stuff, we're probably going to be not as severe.
Correct.
But we are still going to have problems.
Yes, I don't think it's a smart financial decision of a board to start limiting what you're bringing in of what you're recommended.
If we put a max cap on it, we should stick with that.
Absolutely.
Because you've already calced in what most people will move their rates and bills around anyway.
It's not fat. This is not a fat budget that we are getting this rate increase.
According to the public, it's totally fat.
I know it's according to the public. It's not.
Now,
Kevin, it told you clearly tonight.
what happens if in June, July, and August, people quit using water because it's too expensive to them?
And we will be coming back to you and asking for another rate increase.
So it could happen. So, okay.
Or cuts, or whatever.
Okay, any other questions is that it, Kevin?
Yes.
Okay, any questions for Kevin?
I keep always wanting to show this, because this is a whole ball of wax. Can I show this now?
Show it.
You
This
can,
is part of
but
the
we've all
Treasury
seen it.
report. I know you've seen it. Maybe I'll look at it.
We've all seen it.
What I would like for you to see if you could do, and I put it in writing, you know, on page 136,
Yeah.
you did that for me, and I appreciate it, it really makes it nice. I'd like to see something like that right underneath that, because you can look at it real quick. But what I was talking about, and this is to our favor, you estimated in December that we would have $1,396,000 of unspent money or ending unbalanced, and we actually have about $300,000 more. So where do we get that $300,000? We saved it somewhere.
So what, in that report, is it 1.6 million of is it restricted funds or unrestricted funds or total?
It's up there on the top of unrestricted funds. And I'm assuming this is unrestricted funds too, because that's what it says here on the bottom.
Okay.
So we are actually see, I'm being complimentary. We're actually $300,000 higher.
Because we have been very frugal with our spending.
That's very good now. See, that's what I'm trying to bring out. Because of the fact, to me, $300,000 is a lot of damn money.
You heard that out there tonight too. No,
people.
we're not. So I don't know. Kevin, you just.
That's a lot of board meetings.
But anyway, would it be possible?
Just to pack a
I'll get that to you.
Yeah. Would it be possible to
I'll get it.
put this underneath here?
Thumbs up.
Because boy, I made it 2 seconds, you can see where you're at.
He's going to do it for you.
Thumbs up.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question on his report. Page 135. Not a question, it's a request. That confuses me. I would like for you to either remove all of the projects that have been completed.
Yeah, I can do that.
Or, and this maybe is what we'd like to see, give us two charts. One, recent projects completed over the last 10 years and what we spent on them as a reminder.
That's a good idea.
And then number 2, projects in process and how much we've spent and how, like that.
It is.
Got it.
This was confusing. You're right.
Yeah,
Good point. Thank you.
I will do that. I'll just have the budgeted projects and then the actual, what we budgeted this last.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'll make a motion to accept the treasurer's report as presented.
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes
I'll ask my
5-0.
question next time, because it'll be right there.
Okay. Director's comments. Director Kellogg, go.
No, I've said enough.
Director Flesher.
I guess I've said enough too, but I'll add that when I looked at this, and I've been involved in public relations and all kinds of different stuff, I was extremely disappointed at how that we presented 218 to our constituents. I mean, extremely disappointed. I can not say that strong enough. We should have had the ballot with it and all that. We'll talk more about that on the 29th.
Okay. Director Duncan.
Nothing.
Director Hunt.
Yes, I'll make a comment. Because I don't like these loosely flung allegations that go around of saying that we didn't do this right and we didn't do that right and we didn't adhere to the Proposition 218, and I think it's all bullshit. I know that we adhered to the Proposition 218 law, rules, regulations. If what you're saying is you want to gussy it up and make something fluffier or prettier or more palatable to the public, then that's something we can work on. But it does nobody any good to get the public riled up by saying that we illegally, actually, then didn't proceed down the proper path with the Proposition 218 law. I strenuously object to that. We did it right. We did it by the law. Could we have done it better? Maybe, but then say that. Don't say we did it wrong, because the public will think that we broke the law. That's my comment.
I have a comment now. I just remembered one.
Yes, I'll let you go.
A smart man knows what to say. A wise man knows when not to say it. And that's why I'm not saying anything tonight.
So I was going to comment on the same thing that Director Hunt did. Yes, we need to not say that we did Prop 218 wrong, because we did not do Prop 218 wrong. We did it by the letter of the law. And just like Ken alluded to, could we maybe have done it differently? Sure, we could change it around however we want, but we followed the letter of the law.
Well, I can assure you the next time I'm involved in a 218, which I will be again.
If you're reelected.
I hope that we do it different. At least I will be vocal about trying to do it a different way. And still be within the letter of the law.
Okay, thank you. But we did not do anything wrong. And so, yes, you have to watch kind of how you phrase that, because it did sound to me, and there were some comments made at the break, that what did we do wrong in the Prop 218? We did nothing wrong in the Prop 218. We just
Maybe not from the letter of the law, Seth.
It's a comment.
Not from the letter of the law. But my
business practices.
My comments are not.
Good business practices.
Okay, my comments are not. We're not having a conversation on my comments. That yes, maybe we can make it better next time, or maybe we can do something nicer for it. As to board etiquette, we are going to work a little harder at board etiquette. Each of us need to take a look and see, myself included, that we maintain board etiquette with each other and with the public. So it's not always fun. Our differences of opinion is what makes us a board. If we all agreed all the time on the same things, then we would not be a very good board for this public. But we are going to work on board etiquette, and we're going to run things a little differently in that respect. So I realized that tonight.
I will support you every way that I can in that.
But we had some volatile issues. So anyway, till next meeting, I thank you all for coming. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Bring the water. This meeting's adjourned.
45 minutes early.
45 minutes early.